No.
5.
5 means we're live. Plenty,
Five means
you look like you wanted to say something, man.
I just said no.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Ignore him.
As a
Welcome
Flandy
back.
does.
It's been about a month. It's been a real long time. This is the Foozca channel. This is Friday. We seem kind of somewhat subdued for a Friday. That may change. But typically we're a bunch of just, I don't know, loose cannons on Friday. Anywho, my name's Centers. I'll be your DM for tonight. This is my lovely cast. I'm going to kick it off with the Lubbery fucking dubs, man, because it's kind of your day. It's kind of your weekend. Kick it off, bro.
Hello. I'm the Dubs, father of the Nubs, husband to the Foos, player of Karasu, who is a Kenku fighter, battle master class, samurai character. He fights things, salmon type. And his master is Sexyama. Former, I don't know, he's like dead now or whatever.
Sexy almost super dead.
He's like dead now or whatever.
He's dead twice over.
Yep. Pass over to the waifus.
Hello, Foos. I'm cracking up because Sexy Yama, I didn't know him really. I was watching a Running Man episode and Dubs was watching with me. I made him watch it. And he was like, "Is that Sexy Yama?" It's like, "That's Sexy Yama." I was like,
You were like-
Sexy Yama.
You were like, what the fuck is a sexy
I
Yama?
was so confused. And he's like, I promise you, that's Sexy Yama. Anyway.
I
hello,
promise you.
We looked up and his name was indeed Sexy Yama. It is hilarious. And yes,
Oh,
Kit, that's
yeah.
his nickname for me.
He's,
Is waifus. Anyway, getting off topic. I'm Foos. Hello. I'm playing Revia, the ranger barbarian tiefling who's mad all the time. And
All the time.
I think if we're going for, because we were having talks about how savage this team is,
All the time.
in the Savage Olympics, I think she might be 1 or 2. So in terms of this team,
Who would- what?
she's
There's
one of
no
the
contest.
the most barbaric in this group. So anyway, yeah,
no
I'm back.
contest.
We're so rusty, and I'm like so happy that it might be a little hard for me to get into Revise. I hate everything mood, but we're gonna try. So with that, I'm gonna pass it off to probably the nicest guy in this chat right now, Kit. Who's not paying attention. Kit. There you go.
No, I am. I was just like, what? I'm a fucking scumbag. What are you talking about? 1 second.
You say that.
Oh,
but you
let's
also
go.
think
The
this
hat is
crew
on,
are-
baby. Let's go.
There
It's
you go.
fucking
Okay,
time.
Oh, why does it look like
I don't know what the hell who's this talking about here. I'm a fucking scumbag. Call me
No,
Kit.
get out of
I play Quinn. He is a I don't even know what to fucking call him. He's like a pseudo paladin kind of such. He's more connected.
You're a
to
paladin fighter.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Spidey then.
He's not in the traditional paladin sense, though. He's more connected with
Non-denominational.
a person than to an actual god.
Non-denominated. Agnostic.
He does follow a religion, Joe.
Yeah,
the thing is with him, it's
non-denominational is
like,
religious.
with him and his people is like they don't follow the god they follow doesn't really talk to them, so they spend a lot of their lives just like looking for a sign from them.
That's
Kind of how it goes with them. But yeah, he has fucked up a lot in this campaign. We're nearing the end. I hope he's useful. I'll put it that way. I'm passing it over to the guy who's making the face right now. Flandy, go ahead.
Hello, I'm the Pleiades, and Kit's being weird and adorable. I'm playing Rollum, and he doesn't know what he is anymore because he's a wizard, he's a warlock, he's a blood mage, he's a very, 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 very novice psionic person, but not really. And if you take off his crown, I'm pretty sure he loses his subclass. I don't remember if he got that high enough yet or not.
You did. You hit 13.
All right, he did it.
I remember you were
He's-
very excited.
He's smart now, ish, but he still has a crown to make up the difference. And Revive would probably say otherwise. But that's Rollum. Joe,
more
take
of
it
a-
away, you turd nugget.
I mean, unacceptable. I am by far the classiest member of the team, despite being most recent, because somebody had to be. Because whether or not there's a Savage Olympics, you all medal somehow. It's a weird Olympics with lots of extra medals. I got stumbled because medal metals because they're made of metal and they're types of metal. And I tried to think of other metals that would be
Like
past
Buffalo.
bronze. And now I've tangented. My name's Joe, and I'm playing Theron.
And
He's a rogue and an artificer and a classy sumbitch. And despite being the only non-savage, he's the only one with the balls to make hard calls, and he's struggling to get the savages on board. But when I'm not here playing Legacy, I'm being replaced on Saturdays, and then on Sundays I play Dungeons and Dragons on Dispel Logic. It's okay. I really am over it. It's just fun to say because Foos does that every time. But on Sunday,
we throw you under the bus like the second we get a chance. We're like, we barely tolerate him on Fridays, but Saturdays I kick him the fuck out.
yeah. But on Sundays I'm playing Dispel Logic, well D&D on Dispel Logic, and once in a while I stream some stuff. So check out my Cosmic God, I guess, next time I'm doing something.
Fuck yeah.
We'll see when. Probably
Keep
not
an eye
tomorrow.
out for the beavers.
Well, it's going to be fights in tight spaces because I got to finish that run, but then probably back to the Beavers.
All right, that works.
That's what I'm going to call the episode, by the way. Now that I said it, back to the Beavers. Anyway, then it's
Back to the fever.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, then there's the DM. I'll give a brief kind of recap as to what happened last time. So basically, these lovely folks were trying to get a bunch of assets and allies and everything they pretty much can because they're gearing up for the final fight. Again, I've said that for a year now, but it's closer than ever. Anywho, so there was efforts to track down. They have a gold dragon ally who was recently beaten quite badly, savagely, if we're going to continue to use that word tonight. And they were able to grab some of their druid friends who were able to cast Regenerate on him and get him back into the fight. The lovely Euphemi and the classy Theron, that's so hard for me to say correctly, I just want you to know, went to Waterdeep to ask and or demand in some ways help in the cause and just kind of organize the resistance or whatever you want to call the effort against Dragoth, essentially. They were able to kind of negotiate like a little bit of a truce between some of the nations that were there, Luskan, Neverwinter, and obviously Waterdeep. Some promises of getting troops in the form of some of the Mithril Hall people over to certain areas. There was actually a fairly productive meeting in terms of getting help for the general realm, so to speak. I think there's any sticking points there. No, I think you guys did pretty well for the most part. So I would say that was a pretty successful attempt there. But yeah, I think that covers most of what we did last time. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm missing. Revia spoke to her father and received.
He's on my
received some help. The Baphomet is definitely kind of like somewhat concerned / wants his daughter to do whatever's best for her kind of situation, which is weird for him to do, but they had a conversation kind of pertaining to that. I do believe he let you know about some additional blessings and some assistance from Thad, I believe, was guaranteed should you continue the fight. I think the biggest thing that you guys had from a revelation from the meeting that Euphemi had was that there is the potential to go for Mistra if that's what you wanted. She's currently being held. You are on a first name basis right now with one of her daughters. One of your teammates, his dad, is apparently one of the people who are holding her. So there's a bit of an issue there, but if the idea of a grand battle in the heavens above the land that you're fighting for does not appeal to you, there is an option for a kind of heist where you'll have to go into some kind of literally unholy prison of the gods and break a god out. So if that's what you want to do, that's up for discussion. That was a lot of words. So that all being said, since Flandy is doing Flandy things,
Get out of here.
we will
MIA.
kick it- we will
I'm not
kick it
MIA. I
off.
said BRB. Hubby
Am
just got
I-
home.
Is that AWOL?
Oh, let me get home.
Anyway,
Yeah, BA, well, he didn't say anything.
I think that proves my point more or less. We'll kick it off with Revia because you
Okay.
unfortunately were on the bench for like 75% of that particular episode last week. So let's get you
Oh,
back
no,
in the
you're
scene.
good.
What's going on?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Yep.
If I remember correctly, we all kind of split up to do various different things, and we were going to meet back up at the Gelatinis or just back at the forest. I think it was Gelatinis.
I believe it was Chilty.
So I think if Revia kind of had her conversation with her dad, not dad, and was more or less given that choice. I know that when she asked, also he did mention that she didn't have to necessarily make it right then and there. So she's going to sit and ponder on that for a moment, but then go into the city to see where she can help. Just because on her end, she's reached out to everybody she could, which is a very tiny list because Nenna's killed all her friends like before the campaign started.
Yeesh.
So, so with that, yeah, I think because she has no other way to also like reach out to anybody anyway. So yeah, she's gonna head into the city. I think she's not gonna go directly to the Gelatinis, but kind of see what and how she can help on the way over. Knowing that her friends are probably going to take a little bit of time because she was literally like just staying there and talking to someone, and they were likely having to travel a little bit or do whatever just to communicate. So, head into the city, gonna see what she can help with as she gets to the Gelatini home. And I think Katasu's with me. I think, right? Or no, did we send Katasu with someone? I don't remember. We sent Katasu with.
Wasn't he going to talk to Bugs?
Who's gonna talk
Yes,
about?
I think you sucked a bug bottom.
Oh, which you could do here. So I think that was the you and I were going to stay and reach out to our contacts.
Accurate.
Okay, that's what it was. Yes, so we're together because I was like, I know we made sure nobody left alone. So Quinn and thanks for the subscription. So Quinn and Rolam are together, and then Theron and Euphemia are together, and then Katasu and I are together. Okay, so with me done talking to Dad, we gotta ask Dad. We gotta talk to Mugbottom and see if we can get some Klexi help. And also, just for meta information, as I'm like reviewing all the shit that we know and I know and all that.
Spewed words.
All these spewed words. The revelation of like the possible heist hasn't left the Euphemia
Correct.
Theron room, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. And I was like, I'm pretty sure we don't know about that yet. So
Yep.
like I can't act on that. So that's making sure that that's correct. Okay. So Mugbottom. Let's reach out to Mugbottom, who's I think somewhere in your gear at all times or something.
Yep.
Inside my head. No.
Yeah.
No, God, that's gross. Yeah, no, he would just
Weird
be.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You got
And we
good with
lost
that
all
one.
our subscribers.
Yeah.
It's nice knowing you all.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll just kind of crawl up from some random crevice on your person, in your armor or whatever. But no, you get out of here, Joe. Excuse me. And just kind of look at you, and then you feel that kind of mind connection that he creates with you. You wanted to speak?
Yes. What the heck?
You're in difficult terrain to get into Legacy.
You didn't get into Legacy.
I didn't do it anyway. That is, you just got a DM inspiration from Ben.
Ah.
Oh shit! Nice.
Because Ben is a champion.
Oh, use that against your husband.
No, use that against your husband. Yes, please. But yes, we're reaching
I
out
don't like
for...
any of y'all.
Except for me, though, right?
But there was like some weird caveat, like the more people they are, the dude gets stronger or some shit.
Yeah, we were
or
worried
something.
that if we had because since they're bugs, if they send like a million little dudes,
Yes.
that they can be defiled.
Yes.
So
Alright.
we're almost hoping for like you got some big chunk boys that
Yes.
Some big
So-
chunky boys.
yeah.
We'll ask Mugbottom in a Katatsu? What the heck? Katatsu?
She probably meant Kanasu and accidentally put the T. Say thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
And in his mimicked voice of his master, Sexyama, he will say, I ask for warriors. Not many warriors. Good, big warriors.
Oh, all right. So you need like shock troops, something. All right. Where'd you need them and when?
Hold on. Actually, as a team, we know where we need to go. Oh, okay, no, we do know. Okay, sorry, it's all coming back to me. It took a second, but I was like, where are we going again? He's in the city of Warlock, so we're going there, but we don't necessarily have a time that we're definitely going to strike in, right? Like,
Can you give me a signal? You prepare, and I will signal. Not very soon.
at the city of Warlock.
Roll me a persuasion check, please.
Shit.
Oh boy. Can Revi help because
That's not it.
that's her dead friend?
Uh,
Are you in the same room?
you're not.
I'm with
looped
you.
In.
Shit. No,
this
that's super
Yeah, it's like
true.
cyanic,
I have
right?
no
Yeah.
idea. That's a good point.
It's like a cyanic.
Yeah, bugs don't have really vocal cords that you can speak
No,
with, so it's.
This bug crawls onto his shoulder and they just stare at each other deeply. And Revi's like, how's it going?
Oh no.
It's like from the
that's
Dragon Prince.
Yeah. Oh god, that always made me so uncomfortable. Oh,
Oh
shit.
shit.
Okay.
Let's use that DM. No,
That's yeah, right. So after a moment, all right, I'll do my best to convince the queen. But we're gonna need. Where is she looking for this signal? We need a location.
City of Warlocks.
Okay. I mean, assuming you don't throw me away, you could just also tell me instead.
Good. Thank you.
Right. All right, you keep
We
going.
need Great battle. Great warriors for great battle. But cannot bring many.
Small number of great warriors. Okay. I'll do my best to translate. But you keep doing what you're doing, champ, and keep me in the loop. Just kind of, you can slowly kind of scuttle off behind you. But you've set that in motion. Needs to talk to the queen and see what he can get for you.
I should give him cake pie every day. This is great.
Yeah, he's super high energy.
Cake pie.
Cake pie.
Okay, so the Eladol's
We've
queen.
been literally
will
trying to
be-
get you to do that for years now.
No, you said snacks, all right? Cake pie is anyway. When we're done, when he's done with that, the two of us can head into the city and help.
Okay.
As best we can.
I will
All right, so
notify
you're just
Rebecca.
going right
Yeah,
into the city.
Oh,
Got it.
conversation.
Roll me a D100 if you don't mind for the trip to the Gelatinis as a whole.
And what if they do?
That's you, Katasu. I'm a not roll right now.
Okay.
You rolled very well initially.
That's a 1.
Oh! 81.
Anyway,
Well, it's two. It's two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That shit was blocked.
See. Whose
Um,
music are we hearing?
Oh, my phone's ringing.
Oh!
What?
Okay.
Just answering phone calls.
where was I? You are
81.
you rolled an 81. Okay, so now you're going into Waterdeep with an 81. It's still in the aftermath of obviously the devastation that had occurred essentially. The guards are checking pretty much everyone at the gates. The good news is you guys are pretty much well known at this point. So as you approach, they stop other people, but like wave you guys through. Some of them just kind of give you solemn nods, like a pat on the shoulder as you go by, kind of thing. But you see a population in crisis. You know, people distraught, injured, just all kinds of horrors that have been inflicted on them in the last 20 or last 12 hours, probably at this point. There's still fires trying to be put out. There's zones that are completely like cordoned off by other guards where they can't get in, and that's a point of contention for people who live there. But by and large, it looks like the destruction so far is more or less contained. You're not seeing monsters attacking other people in the streets or anything like that. The remaining kind of like statuesque kind of cinder Pompeii like statues that Flaney would probably describe. Those there are still some of them left, but they're walled off by guards or rope to prevent citizens from getting too close. That all being said, with an 81, your travel there is relatively uneventful. Besides the trauma that you're seeing from a societal perspective, you're able to get to the Gelatinis with not a whole lot of trouble. Okay. Was there anything on the way that you wanted to try, or was this just a straight shot to the Gelatinis?
I mean, I think we would kind of veer to help wherever, but nothing specific, nothing that was,
okay.
You know, I want to hit this store, check this or whatever.
Yeah,
because also we haven't had contact with the Gelatinis in a minute.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I think it's also good that we get there at a decent time.
Yeah, you'd help people like break into their own houses, move stuff away, that kind of stuff. Just general kind of helping on the go kind of situation. I don't think it would be nothing too heavy because obviously the guards and you're seeing some priests or clerics and paladins kind of running around too, trying to give what aid they can. But yeah, that is not a problem. The Gelatini Manor is somewhat solemn at the moment. Again, the guards obviously know you very well, so they have no problem letting you in, and you gain access with ease. But there's not a lot of joy in the household at the moment. Everyone is kind of, even the help and the house workers are it's not as boisterous. They're not chatty. It's like busy for the sake of almost being busy, you know what I mean, rather than to wallow in what's happening. But as you come in, you see D'Artagnan is there reading something and almost like looking at the stairs and like reading, looking at the stairs, and then sees you. Welcome back. How did it go?
We did some damage, but clearly so did he. Did you lose many?
Cecilia's still missing. Some of our help and or workers around here have family that has been affected directly. I think 2 of our ships were sunk, as far as I know, that were waiting to be loaded. I mean, it's from a financial standpoint, I'm sure the bill is worse than what I'm seeing, but yeah, it's really more of a personal thing at the moment.
Yeah. We've been setting some plans in motion, but we agreed that upon our splitting to discuss with various parties that we would meet here before our final attack.
That makes sense. A house is yours. If whatever you need. Kitchen's open if you're hungry. Usual haunts are yours to kind of peruse. I would say avoid Aloysius. Well, actually both senior and junior at the moment. They're not in the speaking mood, I guess is the best way of putting it.
Is there any specific help that we can give to your people?
No, I think
she kind of like So good. As she's saying that, I think she's going to look at both herself and Katasu and realize, and Zolan, and be like, well, we're really kind of good at one thing, but we need help with something else.
The best thing you can do is end this for us. However, whatever way you can. The minutia, the mundane elements of recovering from something like this, we can handle. We just need this threat ended quickly. And any and all news about Cecilia would be welcome.
I'll keep you updated. Do you... A request at this time, probably that's not appreciated, but do you happen to have any sending scrolls that you can spare? Truly spare, if needed for anything else. I understand.
I actually don't think we do. I burnt quite a few trying to contacting Cecilia's element of the family, informing her of what happened. I can cast it for you. I still have some power set aside for that. If you need me to contact someone specific.
It is of personal reference, nothing more. But
I can, if it's an emergency, I can commission one of my college friends to bring some over. It's not a problem. I'm going to need some anyway. At this rate,
it's certainly not an emergency on my end. But if you find yourself with an abundance, then I would be grateful to have one or two.
I'll put that order in motion then. If you're planning on staying, it should be here within an hour or so.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And he continues reading this kind of missive, just like...
I can't remember. We didn't leave the books, the Harry books here, did we? Like, that's very much on the... Look, they're Harry, all right? That's how we describe it. Not making it up, all right? He's talking to some Harry books. Anyway. Are they on, like, Rollum's person? Because I can't remember who or where we put them.
I'm pretty sure you left them in the study, yeah.
Okay.
In D'Artagnan's study. Also, your husband's freezing to death. Could you help him with that?
Were you blowing on your hands because they're cold or dry?
I was yawning.
He was yawning. He's fine.
All right. I see the hood up. I see this, and he's moving. Yeah, I'm just like, these are all signs of being cold.
Because whenever he blows on his hands, he's like, my hands are dry. And I'm like, you married a black woman. I have lotion within arm's reach at any point in this goddamn apartment. Why are you blowing on your hands?
Also, how is that going to help them be dry?
Oh my god. What'd you say?
All right.
Well, just how is that going to help dry hands? How wet is your breath?
I don't know. It just like I don't understand why he does it. He just does it. Boy. Okay. Anyway, you can exhale steam.
He's a dragon.
Indeed.
Okay. Oh, I forgot what I was like. Right. Okay. Books.
My throat is moisturized. Not enough.
I think Ravaya is gonna go kind of check out the books a little bit if they're still in the study.
Sure.
Mostly just because most of the fear was about like the firstborn and whatever, because they would pop out. But now that they're dead, I'm sure something else would be terrible about it. But I want to go check it out. Ravaya would want to check it out.
The books are broken down into stages of his life.
Yes.
The first kind of the beginning and his recruitment and his being trained by Rajat. The second being his rise to power, the fall of Rajat, his dream, and then the third more or less being the fall of him, his city, and his rise after that. So which one did you want to focus on?
I think she's going to go for the more recent one. So the fourth one of kind of like the rise and fall and kookiness.
Okay, sure. All right. What specifically are you looking to glean?
I think in Ravaya fashion, she's just kind of looking. She kind of knows his motives and such. But I feel like she's looking at this almost as a way of like studying her prey. Not that You know, like,
Okay.
he's very much a predator. But I think for her, she's mostly going to be trying to see if there are things that she can read in combat. Maybe things that aren't obvious. So not like when he fought this man, he leaned on his left side or something like that. But more like, when certain decisions are in front of him, what's he going to be leaning towards? So like, just in her mind, she feels like I'm getting a better profile of this guy.
Okay.
Even if it's not helpful role play wise, like that's what she's going to be doing.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom check if you don't mind. Just
Okay.
to see how well you can make sense of his tactics.
Wisdom. Okay. All right.
Okay, not bad.
Mhm.
In his readings, in his writings, he's very much a duelist. He seems to enjoy the one-on-one, so to speak. The kind of, he even speaks of it in kind of like a primal fashion where it's it's the ultimate test, right? Two of us walk in, one of us walk away. There's no but greater simplicity or understanding in the natural world than this. But he's very much somebody who studies the details. He focuses on people's strengths, their weaknesses, formulates plans, tries to use counters. He's a big fan of hitting people from angles that they wouldn't have anticipated, to the point where he's studied elements of magic that others thought weren't available. He went out of his way to literally portal in other creatures of sufficient power and duel them to the death, essentially. And he's done that hundreds of times over the centuries, to the point where he's very, very well adept at that kind of combat. I'd say one of his biggest strengths is just simply analyzing what needs to be done and then executing it.
Okay.
He's also not a fan of drawing the fights out. It's very a very quick and brutal thing. If he sees a weakness, he's hammering it. It's not something that he holds in his pocket for later, typically.
Okay. She's going to be logging that away and is going to be, in meta terms, doing some Batman shit and being like, what are my friend's weaknesses? Let's try and plug those holes as best we can. Roland's super dead. He's just going to come up and slap the taste out of him immediately. But the rest of us...
To write him off that fast, you gotta make some good use out of it.
Just have Roland blow everything he can immediately because he might not last that long. But yeah, she's just going to be kind of formulating plans while she's there.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll look over it.
All right. Katasu, is there anything in the Manor Gelatini that you wanted to see to?
No, just do some katas.
Okay, so she's studying and you're doing some katas in the background. All right, awesome. Okay, we're going to move over to Quinn, aka the Origami Master. What are you up to?
Last time we left off, we were near the lava trees? Or...
The lava tree.
Yes. The lava tree.
You and Roland were both by the lava trees, so to speak.
Okay, and we were trying to gain favor from the golden dragon. Whatever happened with him?
You did get what's it called? Your druid friend, Naharan, was able to cast regeneration on him, so he is getting his hit points back slowly, but it seemed to have begun to knit some of the really nasty wounds that he had from that fight. So he's on the mend. Okay. But besides that, you're in his kind of volcanic lair, if you will, at the moment. But he's in good spirits. He's happy to see you guys. And I think that's pretty much it for that. But yeah, so we're within there. And obviously, Roland's with you, and same with Naharan. Who you guys just finished the ritual. Sorry.
I think what he'd want to do is find a way to see if they can help Cecilia. So I think, well, we have plane traveling spider. Let's try and see what the parameters. What?
I'm yelling at Joe because the second you said Cecilia, he's already doing faces. So I was like, shut it.
Some of us have proper goals. And some of us are like, the world's going to end, but this one person, though.
Okay, so you want us one of your spider that came with you to find Cecilia? Is that the idea?
Tenali, yeah. So I think he'd want to have a conversation like, okay, what are the parameters here? How can we go and find her?
All right, so to hunt, one needs to know its prey. Do you have a way of sharing your knowledge about her?
Okay. If I remember correctly, she's a paladin of Tyr, right?
Correct.
You just start listing this off. She has family in the town nearby the forest where you landed. She is a paladin of Tyr. You should be able to feel that energy, shouldn't you?
Energy right now is in very much flux.
I see. Huh. Would it help if you met somebody from her family?
Perhaps. Yes, that might help, actually.
What are y'all saying over there?
I'm asking her if she how we can find Cecilia. Cecilia or Cecilia?
It's Cecilia. You're right.
Cecilia, thank you.
Oh, I'm 90% sure I know where she is.
Besides, it's actually unimportant. You pronounced it wrong. I'm sorry.
But yes, that would just be the kind of things he'd be asking the spider. He wants to ask other shit, but it's not the time, as Joe keeps reminding us.
No, you do you.
Yeah, Joe is in a vacuum right now. Don't pay attention to him. Roland did say he knew where she was if you wanted to continue on that thread. Otherwise,
you do know where she is? Come.
90% sure. She's wherever she is. It's not a great spot, and I'm pretty sure Sir Silty bitch has her somewhere. Stop it, Foos. Has her as a trap.
How quickly can you get in and out?
depends on where. But normally, as fast as I can teleport, pretty quick.
Yeah, so she says she can do it very quickly. Would it be a bad idea, you think? He's talking to
It's
Rome.
definitely a trap, but I'm always down.
Okay. I think I'll share this with the others, see what they say.
We also have a inside source, if you will. He'll bring out. Oh my god, Aunt Deet. I was like, what's her name? Brain's not working. It's been so long.
And Deet. Yep. So Deet is again kind of more researching. Most of the time when you see her, she's like writing and like documenting things because you're seeing some outlandish shit that she needs to document. This time she seems to be like actually doing some research, looking through some old tomes, writing stuff down on the side. It seems like she's formulating something, but if you summon her, she kind of perks up.
What?
Yes.
While he's doing that, I feel like he's gonna kind of remember the fact that she was looking through yearbooks not too long ago, and he's trying to recall why it was important to know that who that one person was.
Hold on. Let me pull this obscure reference from 5 weeks ago.
5 weeks ago. It was so long ago.
Goddamn.
It was
God
like
damn it.
2 days in game. Get out of here.
Jesus. Obscure reference. Somebody to.
There was some fight or something that we were doing, and she was looking through her old. Oh, it was somebody who disappeared. Oh, that had to do with her
That was with
family
the
history.
Yeah, that was the Velostaffen thing.
Okay, never mind. We good. We gooch. Keep going. Carry on.
Okay.
He's just gonna pause on that thought for a minute and be like, "What is it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the wish thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh boy.
Your dragon friend looks resplendent on the mend.
We had help.
Oh, I know. No offense, but present company couldn't have pulled this off. What?
We're seeking your counsel. I'm
Always?
90% certain. What is she? Your niece-in-law?
Can Quinn and the spider see Aunt Deet right now or no? Or is he just like talking to himself again?
Unless he's actively doing.
Yeah,
his...
anytime Rollum is to the group, he's constantly doing minor image to.
Okay, gotcha.
Your
Yeah, so
only
you're
hope,
getting it like at
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
one frame every 5 seconds. Yeah. You're not hearing anything, but you are seeing her.
I think Quinn and the spider would be like,
yeah. But you were asking.
I'm 90% sure she's being held as bait for some sort of trap, as he's a vindictive vassal. We might be able to locate her, and Quinn's spider friend might be able to get in and out. Have any advice?
There's like a look of extreme conflict on her face, but she kind of shakes it off. Look, I adore dear Cecilia, more so than most, but I don't think springing a trap on the eve of your battle is the smartest plan in the world.
Oh, I don't either.
You're going to spend resources you likely can't get back, assuming you're successful, or you fail and your team is worse for it, and you're probably almost assuredly dead. Or worse. You saw what he did to the other queen.
True. I think Roland will kind of turn to Quinn and be like, you remember how you tried to save one lady already and bestowed a curse upon yourself, for lack of a better terms of whatever that magic was?
yes.
I'm fairly certain this would be a redo, even if we can get in and out really quick.
So we have to let her die?
I don't think we have to let her die, but she's a strong. I almost said lad.
She is very strong, and Tyr sees to his own. I have no doubt that you will find out what's happening with her shortly, but unless you think you can afford the effort and manpower to pull this off.
I think it's the right thing to try, morally, but I don't think we can afford it.
Unfortunately, morals play little effect here.
Hurts to admit. Okay. I thought you just turned to the spider. I don't think we're doing it.
Oh, okay. Whatever the redeemed requests, we're here to assist.
Why do you keep calling me that?
That is your new title.
Okay. Why do I need a title?
It's kind of like asking the spider, like, why air exists. Like, it does. It is because it is. That's the end of the story. There's no thought beyond that. These spiders are sentient, but they're not like intellectuals, right? They don't go too far down, especially with direct orders from a high priest. That is essentially law. You know what I mean? So, like, they don't. You asking why that is just like, what? Like, why is the sky blue?
Okay.
To people who don't understand physics. But yeah, it's.
Can your spider create a portal big enough for our friend here?
I think she can. And he just starts motioning to the dragon. Could you bring him with us?
Yeah, take me a little bit longer. Not quick, but we can do it.
Okay. Yes, it'll happen.
Perhaps we should spring our side of the attack as a surprise entrance.
Ooh, okay. He wants to do an ambush with you and the dragon.
So that's what we excel at, specifically.
Oh, I know.
Ambushes.
Checks spell slots for sending level spells. Okay, yep, I can do that still. We good? All right.
What are you spending your spell slots on? We haven't fought nothing.
I think it was sending from the get-go.
Oh, fine.
But yeah, the Cardoon starts kind of rolling his shoulders out a little bit. Oh, that's so much better. So, did you brave little ones have a plan?
He likes he's pointing at Roland, likes the idea of maybe doing some kind of ambush. Tenali here, he points to the spider, can help you port in from here. Roland, would you know where we'd be going?
One of two places.
Okay.
Either the clouds on top of Waterdeep.
Mhm. Mhm.
I almost said Winterdeep. Or the city of Warlocks.
Okay.
It's just snow the whole way down.
Alright. Would Tenali know where the city of Warlocks is?
No, you'd have to show her. She's a guest in this realm, so anything like geographically would be based on you.
Okay. And I think he'd just be relaying this information. I'll show you where the city is later.
Roland will minor image a map.
Ooh.
And then like
Kit.
it'll be very, very zoomed out, and then it'll slowly like zoom into the area of focus, and then zoom out again, and the area of focus, and then zoom out again.
Roll a 1d20 for your spider, please.
1 second, no. Okay. Come on. Why are you being so slow, man? Okay. Roll 1d20. Not 1s20, Pendejo. 1d20. And something might have a little bit. A 6, goddamn.
Uh-oh.
The spider is very confused. It's just very like it looks. You even see like it tries to poke its like leg through, just kind of see what it's looking at.
Oh no,
But-
it's not real. It's not real. It's supposed to be a recreation of how the area looks. I don't think Roland. I don't think she gets it.
You watch Rolam as it tilts its head with all 8 eyes, and you realize that maybe it's a perspective thing, and that how you see things is maybe not how the spider sees the world.
I think Roland will try and recreate an image of the city of Warlocks with like 8 eyes in mind.
I need an in check for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
what the fuck?
It's why I said
Polish
try.
Get out of my ass.
Okay,
Oh,
that's
not
not
bad.
terrible.
Take
I'll
that.
say you get like maybe 3 or 4 facets of it in there, because it's like different perspectives. Like that's like Picasso, right?
Yeah.
It's just, and I hated his art, but yeah, you get some of it. He's a little bit more understanding. Like, oh, I kind of get what you're trying to do here. But there's also the element of like distance and elevation and like a whole bunch of stuff that it doesn't inherently understand. Like spiders typically don't hunt via maps. It's a good try, but it might not be the correct medium.
What would help you see it better?
You could bring me there, or I could see it personally, or you could use magic. The priestess sometimes use magic to show us where to go.
Oh, okay. Oh, I really don't want to bother her again, though. Does she scare you as much as she scares me?
Why would she scare me?
No, I'm just wondering. Okay. Roland, I think
Are
I
you
need to
scared?
take her. Yes, very much so. Roland, I think I need to take her there.
Well, that kind of defeats the purpose of teleporting, but I think we can manage.
Are you trying to get the drop on Dragoth on his own or at his own strongholds? Is that what I'm hearing?
We had a very adamant bugbear friend not too long ago who beat the brakes off him, because that means words in this realm. We had him on the ropes for a little bit, at least mentally, maybe not physically, but you know.
Okay, so your plan is to just swing away at him in his own strongholds.
Well, we got rid of his sons, which is why he's mad.
Indeed.
Which kind of the reverse phylactery thing. I wish Artanian was here. He explained it much better than I could.
Oh, yes. All right. So, doesn't have a phylactery. So he's
But I think
vulnerable.
his city in Athos is his New Guistanel is his phylactery of some sort. I don't know how it works.
So he might not be vulnerable. Okay. I'm failing
He's
to
more
see
vulnerable.
the edge in this particular plan. Like normally there's a, this or that, and then this is where we get him.
Well, I'm
that's-
open to suggestions.
and I'm open to a plan. This is not one.
I'm just if Ravaya and her crew goes in and they start making a ruckus on their end, we could surprise attack from behind or the side and cause more confusion and probably more frustration on his part. And the more frustrated he is, the less logical he thinks.
My friend, I think you need reconnaissance if you're gonna do this kind of nonsense, because who knows what's up there. Also, may I remind all of you, except maybe the archdruid there, none of you have wings.
Yes.
Plummeting to your death is a very real reality, especially considering he controls magic to a certain degree.
This is true.
If you don't have a natural form of flight, you might not have any.
Do you know of any Quetzalcoatluses around here? I can only bring them from the Fae, and they only stay for a little bit. I don't know if any are actually here, but I feel like if they were here, this would be the realm that they would be.
Also,
least
for
part of
many
the world.
things, Roland, we did talk about using our gliding cloaks, so we do have a failsafe if we get flung off or something. But
Yeah, but that's also magic, so it may or may not work.
I know, but but also, never mind. You're good. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
That's part of our
That's why I didn't go. That's why I didn't bring it up because I know that exists, but it's like one of those if magic's
There are a few Quetzalcoatlists that make Maztica their home. I don't know any of them, and convincing them to go on a suicide mission is, if I may be blunt, somewhat unethical. But I'm sure we could find one.
Yeah, you're right. That's probably not a great thing to ask somebody randomly. Hey, will you help me go kill this person that might kill us all?
Also, they're not terribly tough. So, one spell will send you and your doomed friend likely to your deaths, if he isn't already dead yet.
Am I the doomed friend?
Whoever happens to be writing him, sir, will be the doomed
I see.
friend.
Okay. I see. Okay.
My friend Roland here seems to be light on the details, so in general, it seems. Okay, so surprise attack of dubious quality, somewhat on the table. What else?
Well, I
did you
know
have?
he's building something there. It's the last I saw was a small glimpse as he was gloating. And it was similar to the structure that was built in New Guistanel, and that, if I recall correctly, that helped him win a lot of things. I don't know.
Helped him win.
There's a lot of history in Athos.
Okay. So there's a bastion of sorts, a connection to his homeland. Likely a connection to his troops, I'd imagine, given that connection.
Oh, you think? I wonder if that's how he's siphoning the magic back over there.
You lost me.
I lost myself. We need to make a phone call.
I don't know what a phone is, but I wish you luck.
I don't know that. Quinn, how long does how many portals can your spider friends make? Is it like a finite amount?
Good question. The tall one is wondering how long you can maintain a portal.
Or
How many
or
portals
if
you can
there's
maintain?
a certain amount per day?
I can only maintain one per day, but I mean I can do a lot.
Oh, okay. She says a lot. I don't know what a lot means. I can ask. What is a lot?
Roll me 3d4, please.
34.
Okay,
That's what I heard. 34. Roll 34.
Roll 3d4. Come on. 10.
Oh shit.
You
Damn.
see her start to count on her feet, like, like shift down.
I think it's like
10.
I think it's 10. They're
How many
writing
have we-
something that's based on 8, so I'm not sure, but I think it's 10.
How many have we used so far?
2, right?
3.
I'm not
2 with
counting.
Ravaya.
What was the second one with Ravaya?
There were 2 with Ravaya. 1 to take her up, and then when she jumped down.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Okay. So you're down to 7.
Well, I can only cast 2 more sendings,
Mhm.
And that's a very limited way to speak. We could potentially port back to the Gelatinis long enough to either bring people with us, or no offense, I don't think you're going to fit in the Gelatini Manor.
The Gelatini
Nor do I think
Manor
you should make an appearance until
Waterdeep.
it's time.
Who's that directed at?
I can't even set foot in the city.
You might right now. Magic's fading.
Bahamut, give me the patience.
That's how he made it in there.
Yeah, but we also noticed that it was like for a moment. Like I know in character wise, we knew that like
That was for a second, and now it's gone.
Okay, let's assume, for whatever reason, magic doesn't work. Which, by the way, is the same way you're getting to the Gelatini Manor, by the way. So this is one of those biconditionals, it seems like. It's working, but not working. So I'm there, but not there. Great. What's the plan after that?
We're asking the wrong person.
I asked you if you had a plan, and this is where we ended up. I'm not
We've
sure
been
who
trying
else
to
was
make a bud for I don't know how long.
Okay.
We got a new posh friend. He's been requesting the aids of the nobles because they're gonna change things. Ravaya has been talking to her dad, I think.
Oh, that's alarming. Okay.
I don't know if she claims him yet, but it seems like it's getting warmer.
So you've got demons and politics on your side so far. Okay. What else? You got?
Spiders.
it's the
Spiders?
same thing, really.
Spiders.
Okay.
The Klex, I think, are on the line.
That's useful. Okay, that's an ally we could work with.
We've invited the Nexels, but I don't think they're gonna play. Also, numbers are hard because if the more numbers we have, the more power he's gonna get.
That's assuming we all die within a certain amount of time.
We have the Queen, maybe?
The Queen.
Yes. I don't think we have her directly, but I still have a boon from her,
Look, I don't.
guaranteeing I land a spell.
After the whole Nexel disaster, I don't typically involve myself with mortal affairs. Which Queen are you talking about?
The Flaketh.
Oh, the Lich Queen. Yes, excellent. This is This is a rogues gallery of allies you've assembled.
Oh yes.
and
Then there's you.
There's me, who got beaten within an
I-
inch of his life.
When you were by
By this
yourself,
guy.
and it was a vindictive move on his part, and I am.
You don't have to soothe my ego. It is what it is. Look,
Oh,
all right.
an antecedent might be there.
The what?
Antecedent. You saved
You
him.
threw it. You
And
saved a word.
he's the antecedent. I mean, there's more than one of them, I think.
I don't know from whom you refer.
Minor image.
Oh, an aboleth. Excellent. Okay.
Roland, remember, my lady promised to send warriors to help us.
Yes, you mentioned the spiders already.
No, not spiders, actual people. People from my house or her house. I'm not sure.
You mentioned the spiders.
No, they're actual people, Wendy. They're actual people come too.
Oh, more
Okay.
like you.
All right.
Maybe.
Okay.
They might
sorry,
be
I
people from her house. I'm not sure.
I definitely assumed it was more spiders. My apologies.
And also more spiders coming.
All right. So
But yes, the antecedent has offered to maybe help in return for. He wanted what did he want? He wanted a plot of land where he could just consume anybody who traversed there, and I think I got him settled on he's gonna follow me around like a sitcom.
gonna follow you around.
What's a sitcom?
I don't know either. I think those were his words.
It's one of those like I'm not sure if I was better off just being maimed or kind of situations where you ponder your current fate. Like, how did I get here? But is all right. Somehow, the more you describe it, the worse it gets. Can we rendezvous with your friend somewhere? It could just be outside of Waterdeep. That's fine. Or I could go outside of Waterdeep.
Are you friends with the Treants?
Yes, we could go back to the forest.
I'm not enemies of Treants.
But did he get scared if we crush the trees?
And what's the other one's name? It starts with an A. I think. Ashburn, yeah.
I got you.
Listen, it's been a month.
All right, Roll. Give me an intelligence check real quick.
Get out of here.
I'm pretty sure Roland would know this, but Flandy is floundering a little bit. All right, so those two treants don't typically traverse large bodies of water, right? So they are, like, from geographical terms, right? They're like in Norway, and he is like in Bolivia, right? Like, it's not.
Listen, he can travel. I know they have a harder time traveling, but this motherfucker has wings. He may have been down there. I don't know.
Yes, but
Roland doesn't assume.
Dragons are very territorial. They don't typically leave their territory unless there's need for it. So this is
maybe
his territory.
He had an important business trip
to Norway, and he was just hanging out with Tree.
Roland doesn't know.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yes. But he's. Look, if they're on the force of good, I'm sure we'll see eye to eye on something.
Is there anybody else we needed to see here before we left? The Nexels, I think, are off the board. I don't think we need to talk to that person or those people, or there's not much else here that I know about. Unless we can actually. I think he has some underwater creature things in his employ right now.
I'm positive
they started attacking Waterdeep. Is there any way we can not dispel? What's the word? To interrupt that operation here? You think?
There was an aboleth in this island area for quite some time. He and I did battle a few times, mostly through his proxies. I haven't been able to keep track of him due to recent events, but his minions don't seem to be around as much, which I'm guessing has something to do with it not being here. I don't know how well you all take to water, but we could scour the deeps if that's an option. But again, if memory serves and the sky says so, it looks like we're low on time. So we could do something to that effect. Unless you've seen the aboleth, in which case we could perhaps do a locate creature or something. If you have the spell
Has Roland
prepared.
seen the aboleth?
No.
Okay.
Or something to that effect. But without some kind of magic assistance, none of us are built for water.
Well, and he'll wave the whoop loop. I have a little bit of help with water.
She doesn't need to breathe.
That's helpful. Do you know how deep the water goes? Like, do you understand what you're asking?
Holy shit. Oh yeah, it's it's measured in leagues, I think.
Yeah. All right. Needle in a haystack is an inappropriate term for how hard it is to find what you're looking for. These are hyper intelligent creatures that don't like being found.
I feel like you should probably talk to Euphemi or Rabia or someone other than me right now. I just have ideas. I don't know what's actually going on.
Okay.
I'm just here to hopefully help.
Let's go
Best
talk
way
to
I
Rabia.
can.
Is she's on this realm, right? Not in the hells or the abyss, excuse me.
Well, she was on this realm before I left.
We said she went to talk to her father, and he, last I checked, typically resides in the abyss.
I concur, but I think he comes to visit. I don't know how the relationship works.
He comes to visit her here.
Divorce
That
contract.
sounds
he only
right,
visits
right?
On the weekends.
Well, he did it
Oh,
once. I'm
no.
not sure if he does it regularly, though.
I'm not questioning you. I'm just trying to get details.
We also had the druids. They helped us out. They gave us psionic debilitating fungus thing that would help us fight him.
That's really helpful. I like that. And Narhan just kind of waves like, "Hello."
I feel like Rolls like sees him is like, you've been here this whole time.
Which one he just cut out for you guys?
Yes. No, you're good. But yeah, okay. So let's go see Revi. Is there anything here? You mentioned the Nexels. I assume you've talked to them. Is there anything else here that you need? Because time.
I mean, Nexels can give us time, but they're low on power.
Your biggest hurdle is going to be convincing them to abandon their god to help you here, which I'm not sure is possible, knowing them.
Yeah, and also I don't think their pact with their god is going to be affected by magic leaving. And if anything, it's probably going to make it more powerful. We'll leave them be.
Okay. Am I teleporting us? Are you teleporting us? Where are we going?
She will teleport us.
Excellent.
If you wouldn't
You need
mind.
to save your strength, big guy. And I'll give him like 2 big guys.
Oh God. All right. So where are you teleporting to?
I think we agreed on the forest, right?
You going back to the R Deep Forest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Specifically where the druids were?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think
Unless there's any reason why we think that we wouldn't or shouldn't.
No, that's fine. I'm just. I know that seemed kind of like, are you sure? Yeah. No. It's like I'm just trying to get where you guys are actually going. Okay.
Mhm.
Cool.
I think he'd request that she not make the portal like she's about to ambush something like from above or something? Just like, hey, on the ground, so this guy can come through.
Okay. All right.
We don't want to crush no one.
So she starts making the portal, but this time she like uses her web to like hold it open. Like she'll do like tether it to the ground, like tether it to the other side. Like she's holding, because it has to be so big to accommodate the fucking ancient gold dragon that you have with you. But she ends up stretching this portal out, and you absolutely see our deep forest and kind of its like morning glory with the sun kind of coming through the canopy and just like dew and everything everywhere. But after I'd say probably like a good 10 seconds, the portal is prepared and ready to go.
Okay, let's go. I think you talked to the what's the I keep forgetting the big dragon's name.
Cardoon.
Cardoon.
Mr. Cardoon, do you think you can move through it?
Of course. And he just kind of brings his whole body in, wings and everything, and like squeezes through the portal. To the somewhat surprise of the current druids there, who like they were just having some kind of conversation. And so this
Suddenly, whole ass dragon.
Yeah, kind of makes his way through.
I feel like Rolla definitely would have went through and be like, "There's going to be a large dragon coming through here momentarily." Also, I feel he would be very interested to see if the portal looks the same on the other side, like, or if it's just like a, "Oh shit, I didn't notice that," or if I paid special attention, I could see it.
Are you looking with your special eyes, sir?
He would look with his
My
normal
brand.
eyes first, and then his special eyes. I guess.
Okay, all right. Normally, it literally just looks like people are coming like out of reality. If you have an ability to see through like shape-shifting or illusions, and then you do see like a faint shimmer around where they're coming from.
But even then, it's still like one of those like you would have to like focus on it and be like,
You'd have to look at it. Yeah, you'd have to just or be hyper alert and be like, "What is that?" But yeah, if just normal people
Alright.
wouldn't spot
Planned ambush is still potentially on the table.
it. Okay. All right. So with that,
I think after coming through, he'd be like, "Thank you. I'll pray to the Great Mother." Thank you.
Just kind of nods in response. But you were all in the grove. I'm going to leave you there for a bit. I'm going to go by Lonely Joe, who is
Revive's gone.
I know.
on the way out of this particular meeting. Was there anything you wanted to say in passing before you left?
No, but I have two questions that I don't remember from over a month ago.
Okay, excellent.
Somebody was directly related to Mistra. Was that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have that right. Somebody was the daughter of Mistra.
Yes, your main host. The
Cool beans.
We get where me notes. It's L'Oreal, I think. Excuse me.
L'Oreal.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
L'Oreal Paris.
Sorry.
Time to hydrate. Except to come out of water.
I'm also.
I have one.
And a posture check.
Well, I have posture. I have to check
no
that.
one. Damn you. Man, it hurts for me to sit up straight. I'm not kidding.
Oh, do it anyway.
Sorry.
That's
You should practice then. Oh,
No,
he's
seriously,
coming.
the
Is your lap ready?
shit.
Is your lap
doctor
ready?
found that I hurt my pectoral muscle in some
Oh
way.
shit! Oh
Yeah,
shit!
that's true. What happened? Who's so shitting?
We're all shitting because Nubs is coming for cuddles, and I was like, "Is your lap ready? Get ready. Get ready."
Get ready.
Raise for cuddles.
serious biz time, you know.
Sound the alarm.
Serious biz time.
Hold. Hold.
Whatever comes through that door, you will stand your ground.
All right. Nothing like a sorry.
You can see.
Okay. Let me pull up my notes. 'Cause, like I said, I always fuck up her name. It's like L'Oreal or something like that.
L'Oreal Paris.
L'Oreal Paris. That's exactly.
L'Oreal.
L'Oreal.
We're gonna mute us while Nubs is talking to Nubs.
No, we need these sweet nothings. Get out of here. Who's out here being greedy with them?
Assuming the position.
Nope,
You can't really
nope,
see.
nope, nope. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. God, it was so long ago. Let's see.
He's already in position.
He's already in position.
He will not settle on your lap unless you have a blanket. So you have to have a blanket, and then you're good to go.
Layrel, sorry. Layrel Silverhand. That is her name.
Follow-up
Correct.
question: do we
Yeah.
know Mistress being held? Did we get a location? Do we know where we're going if we choose to embark on that particular quest?
Layril has a faint idea because she has like visions from her mother, and she might be able to pinpoint them with some concerted effort.
Cool.
But she doesn't know like, hey, it's on Blueberry Street. Just make a right.
Oh well, no, we got it. Ben says we're going over that way. So that's what we'll do. Then just as we're getting ready to leave, I'll do my best to make your case as the potential course of action, but I give my advice. They aren't necessarily bound to it.
Understood. I understand how cantankerous adventure groups can be.
Yes, well, perhaps they will see this as a better alternative than an all-out assault on Dragoth. If the end is satisfied by other course of action, one feels more likely to my own estimation, but neither will be simple.
There's a bit of poetry to it, though, if you think about it, right? It's like a battle in the heavens for everything, or your very own catabasis and potential redemption.
Well, we'll see what they've gotten up to in my absence and what preparations have been made. Perhaps one course will suggest itself.
Do what your talents and resources see as best. Obviously, I would love to see my mother freed, but cat.
Do you hear his purring?
Oh,
Yes.
overpowering. I didn't realize you guys had an outboard motor you had to run for some reason.
We can't hear it, so I just see him putting the mic in his face, and I'm like, I don't know if they can hear it.
A little bit. Should we endeavor to rescue Mistra, is there a direct way of contacting you?
She holds her finger up for a second and digs through her robes and pulls out what looks like an opal and then just kind of floats it over to you. It's a sending stone with 5 charges. Specifically to me.
Well, we shall endeavor not to squander them.
If you're within Waterdeep proper, also, obviously meeting won't be an issue for the most part. You may have to make room for my mandatory security detail, which is just kind of like, God damn it, kind of situation, but it shouldn't be a problem to meet anywhere else as well.
Well, if we're
Assuming
within
it's-
Waterdeep, I can get you a message quickly enough without using a finite resource such as this. You'll be here then, in the meantime?
Yes, there's much to coordinate, unfortunately. And many more meetings like this for me.
Well, I will venture to sway the more violent-minded, and we shall see what fruit it bears.
Well, let them know that there's probably plenty of violence in that plan, too. I don't imagine the demons are going to let her go willingly.
Yes, well, they have particular issue with Dragoth. Not unreasonably so, but we shall see.
Okay, sounds good. I will say, in regards to secrecy, make sure whenever you speak about it, you're in protected or warded areas.
Remind me, she was here just outside of this, or was she also part of the thing that I'm a part of? The thing
The
I know.
Lord's Alliance?
That.
She's the head of the Lord's Alliance.
I was gonna say, I thought she was directly
Yeah.
my boss.
Yes, pretty
Well,
much. Yeah,
or
like,
indirectly,
yeah.
as it is. In that case, I'm gonna gamble that she probably also speaks Thieves' Cant.
Okay. Go for
and
it.
just I'll make some like parting remark that boils down to, I assume you trust the gelatinis.
uh, she tilts her head and like nods, but you also get the sidest of side eyes from the Luskin representative.
Yeah, I figured he would also hear me, but what I didn't need was
Oh.
Euphemi being like, "Bitch, you questioning the gelatinis?" Because they seem to really like them.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, she just kind of nods.
What makes you think she
affirmatively,
can't speak? Thieves can't.
I'm gambling.
Yeah. Although, roll me a history check if you don't mind.
History.
History.
So, all right. So you probably know enough to discern them. You know, obviously, oozes are typically from the abyss, right? The sons of Jubilex, that kind of situation, or sons and daughters of Jubilex, if they even have gender. But the Gelatinis obviously have a very strong like connection with ooze, but it's not that side. It's from like an aberrant side, so it doesn't intermingle. But that could have been a point of contention of like, oh, we're hanging out and like essentially like demon worshippers. But yeah, no, you're good. You figured that out.
Well, she's chill with that. I was gonna say I could pull them somewhere else before we have this discussion. I
Yeah,
just wanted to.
yeah.
It feels like that's one of the easier places to secure and have a private conversation. So
Nope, that makes sense.
cool. In that case, assuming I'm dismissed, I will leave.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not gonna be like peace.
yeah, done. But yeah,
Good talk.
this particular part of the meeting is adjourned kind of situation,
Cool.
and lets you leave. Where were you planning to go?
The gelatinis, because that's where we be meeting.
Okay. As you make your way out of the castle, I almost said Castle Neverwinter, Castle Waterdeep, and on your way out of the gates, almost immediately, there is a man who is dressed rather strangely. Uh, if you've ever been to Calimport or that southern side, it's a very similar kind of style. Kind of like a vest, weird pants, weird shoes. No shirt, even though it's basically winter at this point. Looks like this man, and very kind of tan skin, long wavy hair that comes down to like probably his jawline. But he runs over to Euphemi and, do you speak? What do you speak, Primordial?
I speak those things. No. The list goes farther than what it'll let me read on the sheet,
Okay.
so
No.
I had to share it to read it.
He says a couple of words that sound slightly alarming, but with like a little bit of like a welcome at the end of it. But kind of implores Euphemi to go with him, essentially.
I'm
and-
realizing now that I don't speak thieves. That's just an oversight because you have to as a rogue. So I just need to update that.
I figured you had rogue, so it wasn't a problem.
It's I'm just wrong.
But Euphemi will take a moment to kind of pause and think about what she's just been told, and then turns to you. An old friend of mine, well, really old friend of mine, is in the city, and I need to talk to him. If anything, it might actually be an ally, and I don't know why I didn't talk to him in the first place, given what this is and where we're going to be going. But I'm going to go do that now, and I'll meet you at the Gelatinis. If you can go on your own, otherwise I don't have a problem walking with you there.
No, handle your business.
And she just kind of nods, and they kind of quickly walk out of eye shot, or line of sight, excuse me, from the castle, leaving you to go to the Gelatini. Do you mind rolling me a D100 to see how your trip goes? If you're going to
Okay.
travel
Merc
by
Farron
conventional
on the
means.
way.
I'm also gonna let them get like a block and a half away, and then send my robot bird to just fly above them, just in case he
Okay.
can get a visual on who they're meeting. I don't need to like eavesdrop on the convo, but if it's relevant, if I see somebody I recognize or he relays, maybe that's relevant information that helps me. Maybe it doesn't. But I'm not gonna like follow into a location and spy on conversation. There's no need for that. But
Okay. They round a corner and then kind of quickly duck down another like side alley, and taking up almost the entirety of the alley, is this kind of like rotund, somewhat strong man there. No legs. He looks like he's clearly a djinn of some kind, and just winds whirling all around him, and seems to kind of greet Euphemi with a smile and like a boisterous kind of attitude. Uh, but it looks like some kind of air djinn elemental of some kind.
Interesting. That's all I wanted to get out of that. I'm not spying on nothing.
Yeah.
Just
That's
eyebrow
very-
raised. All right, we just know Jin's up in this place. That's fine.
Yep.
That's dope. Da-da-da.
Does he have like a turban and a very strong voice, or no?
He wasn't listening in, but yeah, he's
Okay.
the way he's speaking. It seems like he's projecting. Okay, with a 45.
To clarify, I was also checking since someone said some stuff in a language she didn't know that she wasn't being like "come with me" or "we kill your family" kind of back.
Yeah,
alley
yeah,
crap.
no,
There was also like a legit. I'm
yeah,
not just spying on people,
Yep.
though I'm
No,
not
you're
not
good.
spying on people.
45 just misses it. Okay, yeah, you're good. All right, so you same kind of situation with the Revia earlier and kind of Sue, where it's a city destroyed essentially, not fully, but enough to completely disrupt any and all business. You are able to kind of walk through, and again, people kind of lost or hurt or just looking for family members that haven't reported back yet. It's a bit of a scene, but you're a weathered city person, urbanite, and have no issue getting to the Gelatini's manor without really any significant slowdown. I will say, with you getting to the manor, it is 10:06, and my sister's bladder is probably ready to burst. So we're gonna have a break. Well, 10-minute break. We'll come back. I'll carry on with you because obviously we just started with you, and then we'll go from there. But we're very nicely unsplitting the party, so I appreciate that.
Also known as, I'll have you know, my bladder's fine because I haven't had anything to drink.
You see that while we're still live. But as soon as you kill the cameras, oh god, I gotta go.
I mean, I'm gonna go because I should, but I mean, I'm gonna anyway. Anyway, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna be back.
Love you, Foos.
I'll let you two today. Yeah, we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Bye. This music is so calm.
we're live. We're back.
die.
Lovely Theron has just made his way over to the Gelatini Manor, and we're gonna, I guess, start from there. Kind of same spiel with the deal. They know who you are, so the guards don't give you any kind of fuss. They just open the gate as you go in, giving you kind of nods of respect. When you open the door, I would say at this point, D'Artagnan is probably gone. So you just see kind of the help and whoever else is working in the manor at the time. Again, solemn, not very like a somber attitude overall for obvious reasons. Lacking that kind of life and happiness they usually have. But you don't see any of your teammates immediately because they're not within visual range. But you are in the manor proper.
I mean, whoever's in earshot, to just turn to the nearest person. Am I the first to arrive?
Oh no. Your friends are in this kind of like this. Yeah, she probably know. Well, yeah, it's a gnome. He looks like he has like the tailor's like ruler that that's like a string or like a cloth, whatever.
Measuring tape, Nanners.
Measuring tape. That's what it is. Words are
I
hard.
got you.
Thank you, Fuse, the best. Draped around his shoulders, and he looks like he's just like thinking of something, but like you snap him out of it. Oh yeah. Oh god, the one with the horns and the bird. He's down. They're both downstairs.
Thank you.
I think they're in the study. So just go down. You'll see the door's probably open. If not, just shout. I'm sure they'll hear you.
I will head downstairs and leave him to recover his thought, whatever he was thinking about.
Okay. Yeah. So what was I thinking about? Like just kind of wanders off again. But while you are downstairs, you make your way down the spiral staircase, and it goes from like that elegant kind of manor kind of thing into this like stone dungeon. Very well hewn dungeon, if you will. It's actually more just properly done stonework. But you make your way down there, and it's immaculate. It is extremely clean. It's probably the cleanest set of stones you've ever seen. But walking down there, you do. I imagine you guys left the study door open, or did you close it?
Oh no, for sure it's open.
Okay.
Katasu's doing katas and Revi is reading.
Yes, you come down and see on the left that Katasu is doing exactly that, and Revi is reading. It's from some hairy books.
You heard that right, folks. Harry books.
Just now realizing that part of that meeting was getting some information from the Luskin folk, and I don't remember what it was.
The Luskin folk that were they gave you information on the city of Warlocks, I believe, and there was something else. I don't remember either. Hold on. I got to be careful what information I give you.
Give us all of
You
it.
can give us
Nanners.
as much
Almost
information
like-
as you like.
As a responsible person, I could have gone back and watched that episode earlier today, but didn't think about it until just now.
Oops.
I did it again.
Okay,
Playing-
Bird.
Played with whose heart?
I just got lost in the game.
Ooh, baby. Baby.
Whenever he says something and then just sits very proud. Nailed it.
I'm trying to think if there's anything that was super important that you got from him. Court.
He was sending every able body to go help in the city of Warlocks.
Everyone, yep. Except he's from Luskin, so they're all just gonna walk down there. They'll be there in 2 months.
I mean,
We'll take what we can
Dang.
get.
they ain't doing shit.
Oh god.
In fact, they're getting bailed out, if I recall.
I'm trying to fast forward to the thing now, but it's so weird because I'm hearing your voices and I'm hearing their voices.
Yep. It's so
And
confusing.
then-
I can't.
it's
Oh my
so
god.
confusing.
My whole brain breaks every time I try to
Yeah.
listen to us while I'm listening to us.
Oh, that's the anytime I'm not in a session or whatever, and I'm like listening to you guys, even if I'm like watching Bygone Keep or whatever, like every now and then I'll chime in like up there. I'm like, oh, I'm not here.
You can't fucking hear me. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Yep. 100%.
I'm not part of the crew today.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Babe, they can't hear you.
I know.
Oh, he's eating. Good.
Well, I guess while you're doing that, I think Revi would probably see Theron come in, and just kind of, I guess, glance at him to see what the like body language looks like. Like, I don't know. Theron isn't a terribly wildly expressive person, but I think she's just gonna see like, is he coming in with good news? Is he ready to go? What's going on?
I'm not really. Don't have like a pep in my step, but whatever news I got, it's still a pretty shit situation. But
I figured.
composed. But there's some information I'll share with you as soon as the world and I remember it.
Euphemie's dead. What?
I forgot that she was with me, and now you don't know where she is.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it seems not everyone has returned yet, but it's good to see that nothing happened in the interim.
Yeah, you're one short.
Yes, as soon as we left the castle, some southerner by his dress approached and spoke briefly with Euphemie, and I suppose she outright said she has someone in town that she needs to meet with. I did not like to pry.
Yeah, she does have some contacts, I recall. That's good, though. At least we know she's in safe hands. You saw her leave with that person, right?
Yes, she informed me she was going to meet. Well, they were going to meet a third individual, but she left with the southerner and seemed in good spirits.
Sounds about right. And how was your trip?
Well, we were meeting there was a meeting in Castle Waterdeep amongst city leaders, not leaders. In a T, I didn't mean to.
So many Coke bottles in that room.
The the head of my organization as well. Was rather cooperative, given the situation. Luskan is require of naval support, which is being granted them, though we had to negotiate safe passage through Neverwinter's waters, which was accomplished by sending, what are they called? The Paladin group, Tears assemblage. They gathered heroes and the like and send them various places, but their support is desperately needed in Neverwinter and shall be made that way. The one bit of unattached good news, no negotiation necessary. With Rahal, we'll send forces to Waterdeep.
Oh.
However quickly they can get here, but...
No, any support is good. We will have the support of one of my father's warriors. He is known to be rather reckless, so at the very least we can count on him for a partial distraction. But he will be joining us, as far as we know, as well as some collects that we will have to call in at a specific time.
Well, to that end, there is now an alternative option. We've been gearing up for a final assault, but the leader of my organization is one of Mistra's children. And we were informed that she is, well, unless we already knew out of character, whichever one is correct, whether we were informed or we already knew, I say the correct one is Theron. It doesn't matter. Mistra is missing, or, well, imprisoned. We have some idea where, but the long and short of it is that rescuing Mistra will rather immediately put an end to Dragoth's plan to take her place. And a deity will summarily punish him for said arrogance. So to rescue Mistra is to defeat Dragoth. If we would deem it more likely to succeed, we could attempt to break into her prison and release her, rather than assault Dragoth's forces head-on.
assume that saving a goddess means we're going against likewise powerful creatures. Where is she even imprisoned? You know? They know?
Well, she gets visions from her mother at intervals. She would have to do some divining to get an exact location, but what we do know is there are infernal forces at play. Or abyssal. I can never quite remember
Abyssal.
which is a devil or a demon, but it won't be trivial. But
Okay.
I believe that a small group can infiltrate a fortified location and rescue Mistra. And I think that may be more likely to succeed than an army facing a dragon, an undead dragon at that. We have some tools and we have allies. I don't think that fight is unwinnable, but I think that fight is much more likely to end with a deity on our side.
Okay. What are a bunch of fiends doing with a goddess of magic?
Do I know that directly? Or am I just making educated guesses? Because I could do that, but if I have solid info, I'll use that first.
Yeah, you think? I believe they said that it was tied. They were. What were they doing? What?
The DM forgot!
I'm trying to think like, from your perspective what the deal was.
If they're working directly with Dragoth, or if it just benefited them to see him succeed.
It was the latter. It was benefiting them. Yeah.
From what I gather, or at least what I estimate, such beings who hold the power to grant magic to those who would make a trade would benefit in a society that is devoid of the weave. If Dragoth were to succeed, then suddenly business is booming.
Okay, so Nenners, this is meta nonsense.
Yes.
Ravia knows that her dad's been making some moves.
Yep.
It's always been real vague because he'll just show up with another like demon lord's head and be like, "I was busy. What's up? Do you need a sandwich?" So, from what she's seen of like him doing shit, does she think that has any connection with that? Not that she immediately thinks that he's involved, but just like, does that jive with anything she's seen him like do or finish up while she's like around?
So your dad is one of the weirder ones of the Demon Lord Pantheon because he is kind of a bit of a scientist that he.
Listen, don't talk about my dad that way, okay?
Yeah. As opposed to like just the pure chaos that is a lot of them who just do stuff to do stuff. He's not lawful, but he does like to make progress with certain things. So he actually is rather smart, despite his, often brutish output. And you do know, again, he has been working on stuff. If there was a demon lord who's going to be involved, it's probably either he knows about it or he is. Would be your guess at the moment.
I feel like he's probably going to watch her face change to like, I am absorbing this information to, oh no. Before she.
I will also say that Theron knows exactly what demon lords are involved.
Yeah, but this is part of the
yes.
conversation. She hasn't heard any details.
I see where I can tell what you're thinking, but I know exactly which demon lords are involved. He said, waiting for the DM to supply those names.
Baphomet, Grast, and Jubilex.
Grast, Jubilex, and I'm afraid Baphomet as well.
Great. Failed to mention that in any of our conversations. If he's interested in reaping the rewards of Dragoth destroying magic, and why would he help me at all then?
Well, there is the familial interest. Though without knowing him intimately, it's hard to say whether he has a longer game to play.
She's gonna immediately reach out in her mind.
Oh, we just go straight up to him. We're coming. All right.
she's just gonna say, we need to talk if she can reach him at all.
Okay, roll me a D100, please.
Why are you undead?
Are you mad when you're saying when you're doing this?
I'm mad. Yeah, 100%.
If you're mad, give yourself 100. Give yourself advantage. The lower the better.
give me something plus 100 is what I heard. So I'm a
No, that's you want minus
That would be
100.
bad.
Ooh, she don't need it.
No, she does.
Oh,
We're rolling
the
low.
other
The lower the
Oh,
better.
you throw low.
It's the commune stuff, so you want us to be low.
Okay.
I shout 5
You need it.
minimum
You need it.
twice an episode.
Give my hand for bad luck, thank you. Well, good luck, but bad luck at the same time.
5.
Hey!
Okay.
Flying in the other direction. Good gosh.
Through what might be like a bit of static, like magical static, like it's fuzzy. It comes like his voice is distorted, like in a weird kind of like someone's playing with the volume kind of way. But you hear, daughter, what else do you want from me?
Some honesty.
Wherever
He's talking to the cat, not me. Just
Yeah.
you heard that good. Sorry.
Wherever you reside, this magic is tenuous. Can you get to a place where we can communicate properly?
Can you just tell me quickly? What are you up to? What haven't I seen clearly?
Hold on. Roll.
Ha! Yeah, all right. Go ahead. No, you're good.
Hold on. He
roll-
should definitely get. He's trying to make amends and bond with his daughter. Disadvantage.
Hold on, real
Roll-
quick. You do
roll-
have two. You have two d4s. Do you want to make that
I
a
was gonna say
23?
that is, you do have. I like that you already averaged it out to 2 twos. Okay, sorry.
Sure. You know what? For Joe, yeah, I'll for you, Joe. I'll roll it. He already succeeded, but sure.
Why not?
There's the
Oh,
two. He counted.
I assumed it was contested.
Oh my god, that's so good.
I didn't think so. I think this was, he had a set number in mind, and here
Yep.
we go. All right.
Roll me a. Oh god, which one is wisdom or?
Are you gonna fall into my trap card?
No, I'm not. Give me a Constitution saving throw
Oh, son of a
as
shit.
you start to feel. Oh, this is a disadvantage, by the way, because you are blood related to him. So.
Sick.
All right. Well, before you
Oh, no! You guys watch
That
as
disadvantage is a doozy.
she tries to commune, and you just see a large, like three-fingered hand apparate into this room, grab Ravaya and pull her out of reality. Ravaya.
Okay, bye.
We were like mid-conversation too.
Yeah.
You didn't see shit to Theron. We were chatting. I just thought for a second, and then a hand comes out of nowhere.
Yep.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
That's amazing. Thank you. Okay, so
Does Theron recognize Baphomet's hand?
I mean, I've met the man and currently have his boon.
yeah, it looks that.
I mean, you're
that-
calling him a man. I don't know if you really know him.
as far as hands go, he has a pretty recognizable one.
Pretty
but-
demony.
Yes. Ravaya, you find yourself being pulled through reality as you fall back. You watch as the kind of almost like in a video game where you fall through the map. You just see like the study that you were in as you're pulled through the earth down further, 1 layer, 2 layer, 3. You're watching as layers of the abyss are flying by you in all kinds of manner of, like, you're seeing horrific crimes being done, people getting murdered, like the demons running all over the place, battles, incursions from hell. You were going down, 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 down until it's like you start getting into the hundreds. And then you get into the 200s. As you just, it's just like 300s, 400s, 500s, and then you come to rest after about a good probably 5 minutes of falling through realities into the 600th one, where it is an odd combination of this giant palace that just kind of erupts from the middle and an endless maze that goes as far as you can possibly see. You are pulled into one of the balconies of this particular palace. And I'm going to butcher this for anyone who's Greek, but I apologize. But you instinctually know this as the Lyktion, Lyktion, the palace of your father. As far as you know, this is probably one of the first times you've actually been here proper. But it is a combination of, like, if you had organic and brutalist architecture smashed together, that's essentially what this looks like. To call it a palace is a bit much. But you find yourself flanked by 2 12-foot tall-ish minotaurs, completely decked out in armor and weapons, just kind of looking down at you. And of course, your father amongst them, or in between them, essentially, absolutely towering over you. And just kind of looks down with a combination of like a stern father about to have to like discipline his child, and then a little bit of possibly respect there too, but that's essentially the
vibe
scene that you've been brought into.
Sick. Okay. Did the book make it with me? The Harry book?
I'd say yeah. I mean, I don't see you dropping the football. You know what I mean? I don't think you've got fumbleitis. I think you were trained properly.
Right, cool.
You're a strong lad, lass, so it shouldn't be a problem.
I think first reaction being that she's a little frustrated at the moment. Once she finally comes to a standstill and is sort of processing all the nonsense she just saw, is going to probably look like it's especially to him, like a toddler having a tantrum, but she's gonna like slam the book on the ground for a second and just like heave before looking up at him, essentially.
What have you been up to? Exactly.
I think you forgot your place. My business has always been my own. I need you to be more specific.
I've been seeing you exit battles and apparently kill other demon lords. Although I imagine that was perhaps plans in the making. But you help me at times, while not also forcing my hand in taking your place, as you have suggested. They keep telling me how similar we are. And one thing I usually do is have a goal in mind. So what's yours?
To survive. To thrive. To crush my foes. To see mine do well. And others suffer to a degree.
Survival is often a response to a threat.
Indeed.
And your greatest one is?
Tough to say now. I imagine some, well, elements of the hells, Asmodeus and his ilk. I'm sure some elements of heaven would love to see me killed as well. I don't know if there's a number one spot per se at the moment, but those would be my top two.
I'm just get a bead on whatever he's kind of saying right now. I guess she's mostly trying to see if there's a sort of like I'm just still speaking vaguely as possible, or if he's genuinely like, what? That's it.
You're looking at a demon lord.
Yep.
You went through 600 levels to get to him. Almost guaranteed someone from every one of those levels wants him dead or wants his position. To narrow down who is the biggest threat to him, like logistically, would probably take a spreadsheet in a few hours. Like it's, it's a difficult. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of people who don't like him, and that's not even talking about the traditional like god pantheon, like Tyr and Helm, and all those people would love to see him die too, obviously. But people who are a realistic threat to him specifically in his realm, those would be the top two.
Oh boy, I think she is.
Hoping he'll say something, but I feel like she's not.
But I'm not a fan of your tone. Speak what is on your mind.
Have you been dealing with Jubilex and Gratz recently?
Giblets?
Allies of yours?
There's kind of like a smirk that comes upon his face. Yes, I have.
Why?
An opportunity came upon them, and we decided to act on that opportunity.
Can you explain this opportunity?
He looks to his guards. Leave us. And they just kind of snort like steam in anger, but begin to just kind of slumber off. And you both hear and feel their footsteps as they move away. And you hear giant stone doors slam shut as they leave. You know, I've killed many for lesser questions.
Sure. But here I stand.
Grast, in his infinite debauchery, somehow found a weakened and somewhat susceptible Mistra at the end of the lately dispel plague, and managed to seduce and or confuse her into a position where she could be captured. Jubilex was the architect of her prison, as well. It's not easy to restrain a god, even less so one of magic. You need something that's polymorphic in nature. And lastly, they needed a place to keep her. What better than the endless maze?
Why exactly? For you, specifically.
It's an opportunity. I was going to say no to that. Tap into her power. Not only that, but it denies those law-abiding devil freaks from getting their hands on her and doing who knows what.
Foos is laughing. Revia never is. Comes out with some zingers sometimes, and it's very amusing. She could be the end of our fight with Dragoth.
I suppose
His attempt to manipulate the weave could be... It's toast cam. But her at full strength would make Dragoth not even an issue anymore.
That is true. But it's just a matter of time until she's killed again, or kidnapped, or seduced. There's always something with her. Perhaps the perspective is not the same with you mortals, where centuries are so long, and ultimately fatal for the most part. But this is the fifth time? I've lost count, honestly. It's literally just a matter of time. At least this way, she's still alive, and you find a long-term solution to your magic issues.
Dragoth is a short-term issue. Something will be happening in the next 24 hours. And whatever that solution is, whatever the end of that fight is, I don't imagine Dragoth will be back. So yeah, I guess this was an opportunity for the three of you. But perhaps it will come again. But if we can use her now, this short-term, serious issue could be over.
I'm not blind to your point of view. And even if I said yes, which I don't think I would, there's no way in the Abyss you're going to convince Grast or Jubilex of your plan. No one here cares for mortals, other than having a steady stream of playthings.
Much like you, I don't do a lot of convincing. With words, that is.
Oh, you plan on stabbing them to death? Is that your plan?
Doesn't
You're going to
have
strike
that.
your own father? Is that what you're going to do? Fratricide? Is that what this has come to?
I was hoping not. I don't think it will either. But
Hoping, she says.
when this is over, if we succeed, Mistra stays with you, right?
Indeed.
To what end? You just manipulate the weave?
Last I know, magic isn't your thing, by and large. But having a goddess of magic in your back pocket is one of the greatest boons you could possibly have.
I get that this was likely an attempt to be clandestine with all of this. But considering my plans, I guess I hoped that I would have been privy to a little bit of this information.
Why? So you could do something rash?
At least I hold some of the cards in this nonsense. I don't plan on stabbing you when you're two co-conspirators to death.
You hear like a deep chuckle kind of erupt from him.
you could send me back, I'd appreciate it.
That can't possibly be all you have to say. I can almost hear the gears burning in your mind.
That's all I want to say out loud.
Demands my secrets, but refuses to share her own.
I have no plan. Teenagers, get out of here. But she'll say, truthfully, I don't consider this an option right now. Or in the future, I guess. It's weird. This is frustrating.
I'd imagine.
You're frustrating. This is the only blood relative I have, I guess. And we have hours of conversation total. The fate of people I really care about are dependent on my next few moves, my next few plans.
Are you
And I
not
didn't-
well equipped for the task?
That... almost remains to be seen.
She has a
Our enemy
that's
has-
automatically ill-equipped.
We have one person I know for sure is ill-equipped. No. But I guess I'm not sure how to navigate whatever this is.
Well, you have a choice, I suppose. I do want you to be aware, if you do steal back the goddess of magic, somehow, know that my forces won't be friendly, and if something should happen to her, well, no, let me say this again. I would make sure you get a promise of protection, because both Grast and Jubilex will hunt you and yours down through generations.
Yeah, figured as much.
Oh, and then you would shatter my alliance with them. So I might not be as generous in the future, given my current loss of resources.
I don't imagine she knows a lot about Jubilex and Grass. Like, I know she probably knows surface level stuff, and like generally their titles and whatever, but not like, I don't know, not a lot, right?
I mean,
I would gather.
you did hunt demons for basically a living, so yeah. I mean, you are aware that Jubilex is typically more like selfish and primordial, and I'd probably say you're a little surprised that he would be entertaining any of this, because he's
Yeah.
normally just kind of fuck off. I'm going to do my own thing. Get out of my way. Also, he's weird. He's an ooze, right? So like they have like a completely different hierarchy of needs than most creatures. First and foremost, hunger. So they're like controlled by that. So for you, this is like, how the hell did he get involved? But he must be getting something out of it to want to actually deal with somebody. Grast is obviously, to put it in layman's terms, just the quintessential hornball, but he is also a schemer at heart. He is, has plans on plans on plans. He's a manipulator, master manipulator. That is like his first and foremost thing. He just does it primarily through seduction. You've probably killed children of his. He's also a prominent father, if you want to say, or at least a prolific father. And not a very good one.
Would you say like
but
offspring or something? When you say children, it sounds like I'm just murking.
you're just
16-year-olds.
murdering ladies' little baby. They're like little 4 and 5-year-olds.
I'm out here
When you
killing
get the demons
younglings.
when they're young, it's a lot easier.
Exactly. Yeah. Precisely. Foos is Anakin Skywalker with the little Jedi.
Yeah. You killed younglings.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh boy.
But yes, his offspring you've almost undoubtedly run into. But yeah, as far as like from like surface information as to what you would know about them without getting into like hyper details, that's I think fair for a demon hunter to know.
Okay.
So I think in Revia's mind in general, they're such a weird fucking trio to be working together. Like,
Yep.
Both on paper and through their history. Knowing that Grass is the schemer that he is,
Mhm.
I think she's gonna kind of like ruminate for a moment. There'll probably be an awkward silence because she's good at people and whatever she thinks, she just goes quiet. But she'll kind of, with some hesitation, mention, so this has been Grass' plan from the start?
The start is a bit inaccurate. Again, this is opportunistic. He simply, as far as I understand, actually stumbled upon her, and then
I was referencing the imprisonment.
I think so. That's what he contacted me with, at least.
You trust him?
No, God no. Who do I trust him? That's hilarious. Thank you. I needed that. No, absolutely not. I'm sure he has schemes upon schemes to see this all go wrong. I'd
What
be
are your
lying if I
safeguards?
didn't have schemes. What schemes if they go wrong too? As long as she resides in my labyrinth, they are both beholden to me. Granted, if Jubilex fails in his safeguarding, she'll run amok and kill a whole bunch of my people here. But she'd still be here.
This goddess will kill so many minotaurs, but it'll be fine. She'll just be lost in the maze. Oh god.
What a mess. All right.
You're asking 3 lords of chaos to have a deal. There is no trust between us. There's just mutual benefit. For as long as those egos will last.
An opportunity likely will lead to chaos once again. But
That's what opportunities are.
at least for now, I can say that I likely will not be part of that chaos.
Honestly, I'd be entertained to see if you could even try, but given your time frame, it'd be a challenge nonetheless. If you could somehow kill one of them for me, I'd appreciate that.
Jubilex or Grass?
Either or. Both are nuisances in their own ways.
Any advice on how?
The trick would be keeping them in the abyss. Grass is more magically talented than Jubilex, so I would work on ways of stopping him from leaving. He also doesn't typically fight fights he can't win. Jubilex is more of a force, though. And you'd be probably just in a deluge of oozes. So, things that prevent you from being burned to death by acid is probably a good idea.
We've encountered our fair share of such. Anyway, I formally decline the extra bonus, I suppose, that we discussed. Caveat of me taking your seat at the end. But I do appreciate the help you've been giving me and my friends all along.
It is somewhat disappointing, but it is your choice.
She's gonna pick up the book that she slammed down in her frustration when she arrived. Can you send me back now? Please?
Holds out his hand for you to climb into.
She does so.
And up you go. Kind of same situation where you're just getting blitzed through every single level of the abyss.
So cool.
But you do arrive in the study. I'd probably say, a similar, 5 minutes later. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Roland and, to a lesser degree, Theron, could you roll me both animal handling checks as poor Zolan is losing his damn mind right now. So you're just trying to see if you can calm him down.
Rollum's in the grove.
Roland is not here, so Katasu. Sorry, that was what I meant.
I'm like,
Katasu's
sure.
unconscious, but I'll roll for him. Hold on.
Thank you.
No problem. Can Katasu get advantage or something? They're buds.
Conflict of interest, but okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, all right.
Oh shit.
Roll me a 1d6, please.
They're buds. 1d6. Sure. Hold on. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
The lower was better. He destroys a good 6 square feet of this study before you were able to slow him down.
Oh,
This is like his life's partner. He's like he didn't dig his way to China, right in the middle of it.
Oh no.
But he's just freaking out. But imagine a dog that could rip tiles up. It's like, oh my god, he would just start flipping out. So yeah, he just started trying to dig and whatever. But Katasu was able to soothe him and kind of reassure him in a state where he wouldn't completely destroy this room from an aesthetic perspective. But you were brought back, probably standing on those very same shattered tiles, and immediately tackled by Zolan as you are brought back.
She kind of hugs him and kind of pats him, trying to calm him down. Well, probably looking a little pissed. So I feel like there's this conflict of face to body language. She's like, buddy, I love you, but this fucking shit ass love you. No words initially, but after a few seconds, she'll look to Theron and Katasu. So we had a conversation. Confirmed. It is indeed with Baphomet, Grass, and Jubilex. Problem is, he seems to be the key in her imprisonment. They have her in a labyrinth, one of his. And Jubilex, being bodyguard, seems to be. I'm not even sure how to tackle that problem. To be quite honest, killing a dragon sounds a little more appetizing than duping my dad.
Well, telling him you're coming wasn't the best first steps at accomplishing a deception, but in any case, if he did not make any steps to stop you, I don't believe will necessarily failed the first hurdle. A labyrinth is not insurmountable. One of the key features tends to be that the maze is solvable. Nigh impossible, but solvable. Otherwise, it would be less amusing of a prison.
It's maze itself, I guess, is not what I'm terribly worried about, but rather what is in there. If it's enough to keep a goddess barred from everywhere else, then I imagine it will be quite the hurdle for us.
We are talking about a conflict with Dragoth on the other hand of this equation, so it's not like we're not prepared for a difficult fight. My concern is defeating Dragoth and knowing that the Mistress of Magic is withheld. It feels like accomplishing half a task.
Certainly does.
In an ideal world, and this certainly is not, we could enter a labyrinth, locate the goddess, and retrieve her without necessarily dealing with that larger threat. I imagine we would not get through unnoticed, but perhaps dealing with some minor feels too strong a word for what we would encounter there, but lesser threats?
Not a whole undead ass dragon, you mean?
Oh, I was referring to the demon likely to be guarding her, because if there are 3 of them in it, and one is a jailer, the other 2, I assume, at least one.
She did confirm, like, Jubilex is in the, like, maze arena. It sounded like Jubilex was like, I'm here, I'm the bodyguard. I'm sitting in front of the cage kind of situation. Or did I misunderstand that?
No, he was intentionally kind of ambiguous with it. That either
Okay.
he's either part of the cage or he was integral to the creation of.
Oh, okay.
He didn't specifically say
Part of the
either or.
cage? Oh, I hate that. Okay. I didn't put that visual into my brain until now, and I'm very uncomfortable. Okay, so I think she'll just kind of mention that as well. Just he's a part of it in some way.
Yeah.
I think either way, we're running into at least one of the 3. At least.
Demons, at least, are more malleable than devils. It is not necessarily a simple thing to manipulate them, but they are mercurial. They are able to be manipulated, though they are also quite adept at manipulating. It is a dangerous game to play, but one that could be in an effort to avoid a fight. I imagine if 3 such powerful demon lords are allied, it is a tenuous alliance at best.
Absolutely accurate.
Depending on
We
what
should-
we can learn down there, we might be able to pry apart their allegiance.
What I find difficult to, I guess, hurdle in that solution is that all 3 are grasping for whatever power they can.
Well, with demons, that is always the case. This is a
Goddess
particularly
down there.
valuable prize, yes.
I don't see any of them willing to. Not that I imagine we'd be able to talk our way out of it, but
You'd be surprised. There's a level of confidence that is beyond what he feels. Like, part of him believes that, but I know what I said.
That is fully Revia's face too when she says that is. All right, cool.
While they would be unwilling to relinquish such a prize, I am without any doubt that each of them does not plan to share it in the long term.
I agree with that. But currently, from what I've seen, or perhaps he's posturing, but it looks as though Baphomet holds most of the cards, considering the maze that she's held within.
Do you think he would
It would be
directly
a-
stand against us?
I think he could possibly stand directly against everyone else. I think he would avoid me at all costs.
I believe this is the better course at large. It might not be the more accomplishable task. Certainly it is more in line with my skill set. But if you would entertain the conversation, Laurel is in the city, and at her words, there is no resource they would hold back to retrieve Mistra. So there may be more power at our backs than just ourselves.
You watched, I think, Rai get like visibly more upset the longer that sentence kept going. I don't know. It's a mess, and I don't see this ending smoothly either way, regardless of whether we decide to fight Dragoth or free a goddess. But from what I have seen, at least we know what we're up against with Dragoth. With the three in the maze, I think there are a lot of questions we wouldn't see ahead of time. We've done a lot more planning for the fight, and I guess that's another reason why I lean towards it. But either way, I guess let's see what the others have gathered.
Well, if you would be willing, I would invite Laurel to be a part of that conversation, or at least a conversation before the conversation, to present that case, so we are well informed at what knowledge they can glean, what power they would offer. Perhaps if they have more information than I was able to provide so far, it might be a more doable task. Clearly, I lean one way and you another, but I'm with you on either path.
I guess chat before a chat is acceptable.
I know one who is not convinced of the power of talking your way out of a situation, as you put it earlier. Chats upon chats may be less enticing, but believe it or not, the world turns on conversation.
Unfortunately.
Often to the detriment of ourselves, yes. I'm going to just write out a note and hand it to my robot bird and send it off to invite Laurel here.
Okay, sounds good. And with
Hey,
that,
Laurel, here's an address. Come hang out, lady.
Hey, baby girl. You up?
Aaron's booty calling this lady.
Hey, girl, what you wearing? Just kidding. You come on over. It doesn't matter. We have a good time.
Oh my god. Jubilex and chill. Let's go. All right.
Oh my god. Oh
Roll
my
'em.
God.
You and your dragon friend and spider friend and druid friend and Kibble's friend have all arrived in the Ardeep forest. Right back in the grove where you left not too long ago. And there's a little bit of, I mean, you guys are kind of used to it, but there's still kind of this wonder where, like, hey, I literally just moved half a continent away in the span of minutes. But you have successfully secured your golden dragon and are now among a relatively, even though worn, still somewhat shocked group of druids and rangers, all kind of looking at you expectantly.
Hi, is Raya still here?
Ravia's not here. But
He's
she
you're
Oh, you're
asking
asking that,
a question.
yeah. No, they left for the city.
how it works out every time. I need help explaining stuff, and they leave. They're not here with we said we're gonna be. Okay. How long ago did they leave?
About an hour or so, give or take.
Alright, judging by that pace, the amount of things that could distract them, they could be anywhere between the wall and the gelatinis. Roland's kind of like torn between reserving spell slots and reserving spider warp juice. And he's like,
Spider
should we-
warp.
Spider warp juice.
I also hate the sound of spider warp juice.
Indeed. Can you ask D'Artagnan and co if our horned friend has arrived?
Yes, just a moment. You see here, like, kind of gesturing and stuff, and after probably like a minute or so of that, yes, Ravaya is there, as is Karasu, and the new one, Theron, is there as well.
Okay, good. Foos had to go pee. She's being all
My
ladylike
bladder
about it
is
earlier.
yeah.
Does it cost you magic or energy to be able to do that, by the way? Is that
Of
like
course.
a sustainment of this vessel?
No, everything has a cost, but it's fine. It's less so due to other circumstances.
Okay. Well, I guess we can either wait here for them to return, or we can ask them to come back now, or...
Why would they come back here?
Looks at the giant gold dragon.
He can get close to the city. He just can't be. I don't think you're gonna get. I mean, the druids are not going to be pleased if you bring Dragoth here to burn down half this forest.
Well, I'm just saying we need to converse before we execute, I guess.
I don't
And
disagree.
I don't think we can polymorph him into something else and still bring him through. I feel like that would have
No.
thwarted the dragon seal a long time ago.
But he could stay polymorphed outside the city.
What would you like to do, Cartoon?
Kardun is. I'll be wherever you need me to be. If you need to formulate a plan, you can just loop me in when you're done.
That sounds probably the smartest. Are there any limits to your assistance? Which perhaps boundaries you do not wish to cross, or things that you readily provide?
I mean, as long as you don't start killing innocents or using them as ammunition, I don't think there'll be an issue.
Well, that's what we're trying to keep from happening.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe we're on the same page. I'll do what needs to get done within reason. I fought to the death nearly to save your little friend, so I'm in it.
Speaking of, did you put? I feel like Roland already asked him this, and Flan doesn't remember. But did you put him in that orb spear thing?
I did.
What is that?
It's a special spell I had for some of my little friends, and I haven't had a chance to use it, but I didn't think I could use traditional magics in front of Dragoth. He seems to know a lot about that. So I used a spell he didn't know, and it seemed to work.
Interesting. I'll have to dig deeper on that. That sounds like a potentially useful trick. Maybe not that one specifically, but magics he doesn't know. Problem with it's going to be time.
Which you don't have a lot of.
No, nor do I have the knowledge base. Everything I've learned about the wizardry side of the house is from Miss Deet here.
I can fly you to as close as I can to the city, which shouldn't be too far outside of it, and drop the rest of you off.
As much as I appreciate that, I think having you not seen or heard of or visible is probably the safest bet for everybody involved.
If you're under the impression that he doesn't know where I am, the one who's controlling the weave currently.
I don't know that he has a full control over it yet.
You killed his sons, right?
Yes.
Are you under the impression that he doesn't know where you are?
But you don't have to be so negative about it.
Look, I'm just trying to make sure you're seeing on the right level here.
I believe we will utilize Miss Spider, I think, unless she's opposed. I think I can nail down the location of the gelatinis a little bit better. Do they know?
So you don't want to ride it. You want to use one of the spider's finite teleports.
How far away from the boundary would the gelatinis be?
For the bound, well, this is all kind of theoretical, but it wouldn't be more than 200 yards, 300.
Is it within glide distance utilizing our wonderful capes?
Oh yeah, definitely. A high enough altitude for sure.
I was gonna say anything's within glide distance if you go up far enough.
Yeah.
Not in a helicopter, sir.
Well, they don't really glide, as far as I know.
You're gonna get a lesson on auto rotation in about a second here if you keep talking.
I like learning things.
It's
All
my
right.
favorite feature on a phone.
Here we go.
Auto rotate on. All right. Very well. That's probably the best bet. We can. Does Quinn have a little glidey cape? Quinn, do you?
No.
You can fly,
No.
right?
No.
What about?
I mean, he can stick, but no.
What about your friend there? Could she help you? I know spiders have this trick that they use their silk to kind of slow down their fall.
I don't think she's that kind of spider.
Is that the spider giving that?
By the way, yeah, there are some spiders that can fly. They make silk and they use it kind of like a.
Yeah. That's what I was referencing. Wow. See, either way, we're using powers and energies and sources and.
I am capable of putting Master Quinn on the ground. Oh no, wait, he called you the Redeemed, did you not? The Redeemed on the ground without any issue.
You can understand her?
Of course I can.
I had a feeling.
That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Have you met their kind before?
Not specifically.
Now I'm curious. How do you know their tongue?
Dragon has his secrets. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, look, as soon as I didn't recognize the language, I just activated an item I have that let me understand his language. Her language, excuse me.
Well, that's just cheating.
It is, but your tongue can
Takes me
sometimes
10
be
to do that.
difficult to look. A dragon's face is not designed for the most articulate linguistic expressions.
Yes. Yes, I've been told it's not an easy language to learn if you don't learn it as a child.
I could teach you if you're interested, assuming we survive.
Oh, that'd be nice.
If Nenners was multilingual, I would have made a cool reference to some other language for the redeemed, but I don't know how to say that in any other language, so you're not getting it.
Well, I guess let's go.
Cat.
All right.
He actually
All right.
rubbed the mic at one point.
Cardoon kind of nods to the druids and stuff around, who again are just kind of like, what the fuck? But kind of gives you like the usual kind of like, wing to climb up onto him and get ready to fly, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And once you're all suitably strapped in, he'll get to a place where he's not going to destroy the canopy by trying to fly, and then take off and make his way over to Waterdeep. The initial takeoff and approach is kind of peaceful, just because he's high enough that he's trying not to freak people out, first and foremost, but it's a port city. It's kind of it's a beautiful morning outside of the smoke and all the stuff coming out of the city, but like it's a sight to see, and I guess he kind of wanted to show you guys that. But after a while, he'll lower himself down to kind of a friendly height, and you see just about probably again like the 200-ish yard range. He just starts to like get almost like resistance from the air, which isn't normal considering physics, but I think this is where you're going to have to get down. You said some of you wanted to glide in. Did you want me to go higher, or did you all want to walk in?
Well, I was kind of hoping we could go together, but I think we're gonna have to walk in.
Okay.
Unless you have any way to glide.
Kit, that's you.
Mm-hmm. No, I do not.
Okay. All right, hold on. And he'll bank over to the left and go in for a landing. He does freak the fuck out of a lot of people. And there's kind of an enhanced guard presence as he lands. But I think enough legends are abound that, gold dragons are your friends that hold most of them from actually attacking.
I think Rolla, as he starts his descent, Rolla will hop off and use the cape to kind of help slow his fall. And he'll just be like minor imaging, like happy thoughts, like thumbs up, smiley face. Okay. Like, same team. The best part, it's a minor image, so it's going to be like super tight.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. Roll me a performance check to see how this lands, if you don't mind. Because I have no idea. Okay, all right, it lands pretty well.
Hold
some
on,
of them.
wait. Because I have it. Because I don't know what else I'm rolling tonight. Oh shit! Take that.
Hell yeah!
Hey, let's go.
As you begin to float down, it seems to be it's a combination of people recognizing you, because furbolgs are relatively rare, especially ones dressed as goofily as you, and with your thumbs up and all the stuff going down, it's kind of a yes, that's an everyday sight in Waterdeep apparently. But yeah, you stick out like a sore thumb, and the fact that you are positively emoting on your way down is enough to thankfully calm down the people around. But also the fact that the dragon hasn't attacked anyone, right? Like he's not biting, he's not breath weaponing anyone. But you were all kind of let off by Cardoon as he kind of stands in front of the I would say that is the northeast gate, which isn't too far from the Gelatini Manor. And all right, friends, I will remain out here And if you need anything, let me know.
It'll probably be via sending.
I'm not averse to that.
Roland's gonna give him a big hug before they walk away.
You get like a little wing cover action there, because you're too small for pretty much anything else.
I was
But,
gonna say, in reality, it's a very tiny hug.
But he just kind of settles into like, you know, like the dogs do the circle thing and like sit down. He kind of does a similar thing where he just kind of just hunkers down and waits for you as like a whole crowd is like, what the hell is that? But yeah, you are able to walk into the city. Were you trying to do anything other than go directly to the Gelatini Manor?
No. I don't think
There
so.
is an opportunity for him to be distracted by almost anything, but he's gonna try his damnedest to make it there.
Okay. All right. I will say, for simplicity's sake and brevity's sake, you guys get there pretty safely, especially since you're on the northeast side of the city. That is one of the least hit areas. So you can go in there without any issue. Getting to the Gelatini Manor is no big deal. You were let in, again, friend of the family kind of situation.
For sure.
And as-
How'd the spider do?
the spider, I forgot. Yeah.
Oh.
You get some looks from the guards, like, see, is that with you?
She's okay. She's with me.
She. Okay, so you're.
Yes.
Okay. All right, just make sure she doesn't need anybody as a snack.
I don't control her.
That's not the answer we're looking
She
for.
won't, but I don't. I'm just being a factor.
Okay.
I
She
have it
was.
on good authority that she will listen to anything he says. He's correct. He does not control her, but she is under orders, I believe, to do anything that he says.
That's a little bit better. Okay. Well, I'll put it this way. She's your responsibility.
Points to Quinn.
Okay.
Tell her to eat
Uh,
somebody just to prove she listens.
Okay. So yeah, I think you would tell her
Eat
like
that posh bitch.
Like I know you won't do this, but they said not to eat anyone.
I'm not hungry.
Okay.
Why was that cute?
There was things that traveling all the time would make you hungry.
Your dragon friend did all the work.
Okay.
We need to. Well, never mind. I can't hear this. Never mind.
But yeah, I assume you guys are walking giant spider in tow.
Mhm.
All right, excellent. I will say with the giant spider, that probably on the walk there would have just kept anyone and everyone away from you. You had a very nice
Yeah.
wide berth.
That's probably a good thing for Roland.
Yeah. Because no one wants to get exsanguinated. But anywho, you make your way in. You see that same tailor measuring some drapes, it looks like. But he comes in. Your friends are downstairs.
Are you measuring drapes right now?
Yes, sir.
Is that the most prudent thing to be doing at the moment?
The somewhat elderly gnome looks at you.
Hi, baby girl.
We all have our talents, sir. Do you suggest I should be doing something else?
My apologies. I you know what? I'm sure you are doing exactly what you need to be doing.
As I'm sure you are as well.
Kind of do like a weird curtsy thing.
Your friends downstairs. I assume that's who you wanted to talk to. I would not
Indeed.
suggest talking to the master unless you have news of his wife.
His wife?
Cecilia Gelatini?
She's his wife?
The master
Kid
is
didn't know that.
Aloysius, not D'Artagnan. D'Artagnan's Aloysius' brother. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I feel like Rollum has like the not guilty face, but the face like I know something.
There's just kind of this awkward thing where he's like, "Are you gonna go downstairs, or do I need to help you? Is there something else I can help you with?"
Not at the moment. Thank you. He's just gonna like. I'm really confused.
Wasn't just
Screw
that
it.
abrupt too, where it's like silent. Not right now. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I feel like in Roland's mind, he's like, unless you have word of Cecilia, he's like, I know where she is and what's going on, but it's not going to be helpful right now. Oh shit, I'm still. Bye.
Does anyone here speak Gnomish?
Yes.
Nope.
Well, upstairs, sorry.
Not
No.
you, Joe.
Okay.
That's what that felt like.
Yeah, no, Joe. I love to include Joe, but he's not
You're
here.
right, yeah. Yep.
What is it?
You hear something muttered under his breath, but if you're not familiar with the language, you're not really sure if it's what it was. But you guys, I assume, go downstairs, or do you just make your way throughout the manor?
Roland's just gonna kind of like look over his shoulder and be like, I'm just gonna assume that was very nice. Keep going.
Oh god, he kind of looks a little embarrassed at getting caught at that, but yeah, let's it go.
He repeats in common this time, giant fuckwit.
Yeah.
Just so you actually hear it.
I almost like had half a mind to say it in Elvish because I feel like that'd be like the opposite, you know?
Yeah. It's on the opposite side of the spectrum for sure. Okay. So going down the stairs, the lovely staircase down, you do find your friends in the study. A somewhat destroyed center area of stone where what was pristine previously, and Azolan pounced onto Ravaya at the moment. A kata wielding Katasu, who's doing his thing, and a Theron trying to explain the finer points of the plan amongst this rabble.
You've returned.
What did y'all do?
Had a conversation. What'd you do?
Did it involve that?
And you were upset, or Theron was upset? What happened?
Sorry, Evie's fucking good. Well, I think a few people were upset, but why don't you let us know what happened on your end? We can all catch up and discuss next moves.
We got a gold dragon.
Cardoon, I'm assuming.
Yes,
Yes.
he's outside.
That's good.
I realized they don't know the plan very well at all in talking to them.
Do they not know the plan, or do you not know the plan?
I don't think I know the plan. Do we have a plan?
Uh,
I mean, we have some of the plan. I don't know if we have a full plan.
sorry.
I need a fucking word. What the fuck?
The problem is at the moment it's a little bit flexible. But you have Cardoon. Were there other contacts you were reaching out to?
Well, I think well, you already know he's back. He's redeemed. We have his people to come help, a few spider friends to come help. We've gathered Cardoon. The Nexels are otherwise preoccupied. And was I supposed to call on anyone else?
I don't believe so. But Cardoon will be a huge help. How
I think so.
is he, by the way?
He was rather hurt, but the druid helped him out. He's, I think, getting better right now.
Oh well, he's. Was it restoration?
You're asking the wrong guy.
Regeneration.
Rejuvenation?
Regeneration.
Rejuvenation. I'm
Rejuvenation.
so young and beautiful. Look at all these wrinkles just go away.
Yeah.
He's been rejuvenated.
He just
So,
molts on the
Nubs fell
spot.
asleep on my leg, but like not my lap, but like the bottom half of my leg, and
the pins and needles are gone now. I can't feel my foot anymore. So I'm trying to adjust, and it's rough. He's so cute. He's killing me. Okay. I'm struggling in the background, but I think Revia is going to cast exposition for the team and kind of let them know what has more or less happened on her end, especially in talking to her dad, not dad. The apparent news that Mistra is being imprisoned in the abyss, and that could possibly be a solution. Either release Mistra or fight Dragoth. And that there is slight
Well,
concerns.
that was one of the things we were trying to do to help in the fight. If we could get Mistra herself back, that would... Is she hurt? Is she restrained? Like, what? How are they keeping her at bay?
She's in a prison of some kind.
I'm not sure what it is, but it's likely enough to suppress her powers enough that she can't escape.
I guess
And
the
of
question
course,
is
the trouble of the
she gonna...
maze.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
And of course, the trouble of the maze.
I guess the question is this something that she'd be back to power almost immediately after rescuing her, or is it going to take time?
I imagine once she is freed from the abyss entirely, she would be at full strength. And I mentioned the abyss specifically just because, depending on what layer she's on, whoever might be trying to seek out an opportunity, much like these three have.
Well, weren't you literally on that layer?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dennis, get out of here. Stop it. You're trying to intimidate us right now.
This is quite the development.
Problem.
I don't know if... Could Cardoon even go to the house? Whatever, the abyss? Are they the same place?
No, they're not the same place.
You feel a jolt come from the cube.
Yes, ma'am.
Deep slaps you.
What do you mean are they the same thing? Who educated you? As soon as this is over, a mandatory 6 months with me while I bring you up to speed with the rest of the world. What is wrong with you?
Listen, I was focused on different things as a kid.
Who knows what those were?
I would even argue that I still am.
Sorry, I wasn't ready for Jareth in the fucking chat.
I'm only 36, you know.
You're 36?
That's at least 2 graduate degrees. What is wrong? All right, look.
Listen, my people, that is very young.
Abyss is for the demons.
To my people, you're very old.
Hell is for the devils. You understand that? The devils make deals.
I feel like
the
he's
demons
taking out a pen
destroy.
and paper and taking down notes. Just
Demons
to
like
appease her.
Yeah, just you should. Thank you. And the demons like you probably like the demons. They're very much like you, but just a little more violent.
I don't know how to feel about that.
You should feel bad.
Why am I a demon? Am I a demon?
Because you love chaos. Structure and order seem to evade you.
You know, I don't know if love is the right word. It seems to find me a lot.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, enough about me. Where's Euphemie?
Attending a meeting with someone. She did not clarify, but someone met her as we left the castle, spoke privately, and she informed me she had to meet with someone she knew in the city. So she's
Roland's
currently
like-
attending to that.
Roland's going through his Rolodex of people that he thinks that she knows. She's like, who the hell? Okay, maybe it was someone she danced for at some point.
Oh, that sounds real escorty. Oh boy.
Oh, that was not the intent. But that was hilarious.
Oh my god.
She's
That's like
my
90% of her
favorite
backstory.
pie.
She would go meet people and dance and have
It
a great
was-
time.
That's my little favorite. Tell my word.
If you could put the shovel down, I'd appreciate it.
She danced for the
Looks so
neck.
good, make a grown
Twice.
man cry.
They were expecting her.
They weren't dances, they were like performances. She helped with part of the plays, and you're like, nah, man, she just danced. Luckily, they had a pole there, so she didn't have to bring her own. But
Oh god!
oh,
Oh god! I would not stand for this. Okay.
Oh,
when Maya's
I mean,
gone,
really-
her character either gets assassinated in the bathroom or
or
is
slandered.
or she turns into a stripper in her past.
Just remember this next time you don't have energy, Maya. This is what happens when you go.
You just slander your character the whole time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's good that they provided the pole. Because have you tried carrying one in tearaway clothing? It's a nightmare.
You say that from experience,
And
Joe?
heels, I imagine,
Why
right?
is there
That has to
tearaway
be.
clothing?
Just
Is that when you put
imagining,
the glitter
Also-
in your beard?
If it's Eufemi we're talking about, they have to be like pop out heels. Like they gotta be like regular
Oh,
shoes. That you push.
Okay,
Just
can we-
magical stilettos that turn into flats.
She would.
I know. Are you talking about a shoe that I never knew existed? Did you say pop out heels? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
well, in magic, I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to conceal
Oh,
that shit.
He's
I thought they
inventing
were
I'm not
a
talking
thing.
about real world.
Okay,
All right, hold
I
on.
understand.
There's
Okay,
gotta
no, I
be.
thought it was a, you
Nope,
don't
it's
need
too
to
late.
look
We're
this
researching this. Shoes.
Anyway.
that
There's
convert-
something called convertible heels.
Oh, yeah,
What if
there
they've got
is it.
Heelys?
Reveals the flats.
Oh my god.
Oh, they do have them. Booze, they exist.
Yeah, they do. Oh, that is so weird.
The fuck?
You know what? You need to get Foos one. She'd love them.
View site.
Yup.
Yeah.
Ah, this is great. This place is called Passion. Pashion.
Okay.
Sorry, we're way off the
Y'all
fucking
do it.
boat.
The
My
best
bad.
is the background music right now is this like beautiful piano music. We're just talking about like strippers. Oh boy. Anyway.
I'm sorry, do your strippers not usually dance to classy piano music? I only go to
Classy
upscale establishments.
Oh, I love all of you.
Anyway.
Thank you.
There you go.
Shit. The fuck were
Yeah,
we-
thanks, Emmy.
You were talking about Eufemi asking questions, and you called her a stripper.
I
Yes,
didn't call
well-
anyone a stripper.
Roland was putting together where Eufemi likely was, but you do know her contacts well enough to know that she's likely talking to her patron
I-
slash contact.
I said I don't think he'd be able to nail it down. I think like he'd be like, well, it could be these people, it could be them, it could be her.
Really? I'm quite sure you like when that time where he buffed us, he like walked in the room and chatted with us.
Did he? I thought that
Yeah.
was to her.
No,
Oh shit.
we got to see him because we were like, "Who the fuck is this?" And Dennis was also like describing how like, despite the fact that my passive perception was like 20 something, I
Yeah.
like didn't hear them at all. They were just like suddenly appeared. Like, what the
Yep.
fuck? Oh, yeah.
I think that's why in my brain was like, oh, we never saw it. He was just there. He's
No, they appeared
He just-
suddenly,
He
but
just apparated.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I feel like it would just be like, yeah, that's probably a. But why is she going so? Anyways, so we have a lot of eclectic resources right now, and no true plan on how to employ any of them.
Not an in order plan, other than obviously what our goal is, but right now we have two options.
And obviously, I'm leaning towards one for numerous reasons.
A risky de-enslaved being.
Not yet.
I feel like that was Roland's attempt at like, kind of like softening the mood for her. But I don't,
Totally
I'm sure it went
went
the
back
opposite
at it.
direction.
Yep. Absolutely not.
But yeah, Roland kind of just like, this is a tough choice. I fear what Dragoth would get done while we're on that charade. Let alone what that means between you and your arrangement.
Well, I think it's strangely complicated as it is. But my main argument for this is that we at least have a relatively clear idea of what to expect with Dragoth. If we go in after Mistra, we have a location and an idea of perhaps whose minions we'd run into. But otherwise, it's quite the mystery. And it seems as though once we are able to get to her and free her, hopefully most of our questions and problems are solved. But
Wait.
we'd still have to get there.
With that being said, the knowledge of the three demon lords involved and the talks of a cage being built and whatnot, does Roland have any idea of what that might entail?
Oh boy.
I feel like that would require a lot of power to silence a god or goddess in this case. And for one demon lord to do it solo, I feel like that's also kind of like not in the realm of like very capable.
I think you would know that Mistra was not at a position of strength at the spell plague. Like she was severely weakened. So that pretty much opened the door. Grast is a master manipulator. So given the right social circumstances, he is certainly capable of walking somebody into a trap. That's kind of what he does outside of just blatantly tricking people. So that would also be a thing.
But the keeping her there part.
That's the crux of it. I will say, well, I don't know. Give me a history check. I'd say a disadvantage because demonology is not something I feel like you've studied.
Oh no, he didn't know the difference between the hells and the.
You already burnt your D4, didn't you?
Yeah.
I did.
Okay. Also notice you have 2 D4s.
Oh, I know. I promised to use Ben's against Flandy, so I will.
Oh!
Rude.
There you go.
If it's a 4, it's just rude.
Go
Okay.
for it.
At least it's a 1.
Ooh, no, none of the
Seven.
okay.
7 was the DC, right?
7 was exactly the DC you needed. Correct. Yeah, it's tough to say. Obviously, Revia's like lineage is based on strength and rage and things like that. It's hard to say why he's involved off of your knowledge base. And Jubilex typically just likes to eat people. That's what oozes more or less do for the most part. Is they love to eat. So that's a little weird. The whole situation's kind of weird. Demon lords don't typically ally with each other, and if they do, it doesn't last very long. Nothing grandiose. That doesn't end in absolute disaster.
Right. Well, perhaps we can pit them against each other at some point and maybe set up a false coup and have a different one learn of it some way and perhaps destabilize themselves from within. But I think we should probably focus on the Lord of Silt in the meantime.
Well, I
No,
agree that such a course would work. It is my preferred method of resolving issues, but that takes time. Now, while I agree it is time we don't have, I would point out that this is not a choice of one or the other. It is one or both. If we defeat Dragoth, Mystra will still need to be freed. That is not something that can be left.
Oh,
So we can accomplish both tasks at once.
I don't know
or
if
one.
that once is the thing. That's why I was saying at the time is we could set things in motion to help. I'm fucking channeling Joe right now. We could set things in motion to help out Mystra in the meantime, but I'm afraid that if we devote too many resources to her situation right this moment, we won't be able to fight Dragoth in the
To
way
free
that we...
Mystra is to defeat Dragoth.
There's a lot of contingencies there, and he can do a lot of damage while we're attempting to free her. In fact, he already has.
A lot of damage while we attempt to fight him. My concern, well, not concern is not the right word, but my thought process, at least, is all of the various alliances and resources we have been pulling at and gathering cannot accompany us on a mission to rescue Mystra. They will not sit idly. There will be forces to confront Dragoth. I think we could be the tipping point in a stealth mission. We could be the spearhead of an army, but will it fail without us?
So you're saying send all of our allies that we've gathered to fight with us to go fight the fight that we're not going to fight?
Either attack
we
him
go
directly or just hold the line.
So in the abyss?
Unless you would rather shout our presence.
Nenders is being evil as hell right now. Okay.
Yeah, like I already kind of did that.
Right?
Well, perhaps, but I'll admit I don't have the firmest grasp on his motives, but I don't think he would stand to oppose us directly. He might not stop his forces from opposing us.
I think that's number 2. I think Dragoth is first.
I think if there's a way of putting this, and that's no, I'm not arguing with that. I know my timing was terrible. I
No,
apologize.
I know. No, it was just
Um,
it was a funny way to cut yourself off, is what I was cracking up about.
Yeah.
You just like buzz.
you guys are painfully aware that you have Dragoth vulnerable, right? Like you paid for that. The city paid for that essentially. So him teleporting into the middle of the abyss to do whatever is probably not high on his list of things to do.
Right. The problem here lies, like, the amount of time and energy we take to save Mystra. He's going to do X, Y, and Z bullshit to do things. The motives of everybody's going to be slightly different, right? Nobody is, other than that one group of people, is very, like, even knows that Mystra is in that situation, whereas everybody is currently up in arms about the Dragoth thing. If we save Mystra now, then we have another 2.5 forces on our backs while we still have to deal with Dragoth.
Mystra
There's no
will
guarantee.
handle Dragoth.
There's no guarantee that she can. We don't know what their means of neutralizing her is. If it's something that can be easily restored, or if it's going to take time.
If you reintroduce the goddess of the weave to the weave itself, that problem resolves itself. She was in a weak state and held away from her power, but it is inherently hers, and it will return to her. There will be more and better answers shortly. I have called out to Laurel, who is Mystra's daughter, and has promised to withhold nothing in support of this cause. So we can ask better questions, become more informed, but we would not be doing this alone.
I think we could still do both. I don't think it matters the order. Well, I think it matters more so the order in the eyes of dealing with Dragoth. there's nothing saying we can't save her after we take care of Dragoth.
True, but we will be in a weakened state, having dealt with him. Whereas to save her handles one problem solves the other, in that order, but not the reverse.
Anyone in this party with Arcana, roll me an Arcana check, please.
That's nobody, my friend.
Get the fuck out of here.
You don't count.
That's one body.
You don't count.
God damn it.
Boy. That's a plus 16.
Oh, that
folks.
BS
That's a
roll
four.
right there.
You
A
passed
natural
anyway, but I'm
four.
gonna throw another D4 at you just because I can.
Rude.
That's a D14. Ignore that. There you go.
Oh, Jesus, a D14?
Hey, we're done with 4. Okay. Anywho,
The 16 pass?
16, 15 was the DC, so I was like, he's safe
Okay.
no matter what.
Ah,
I
I got to roll
That
against
is-
things. Anyway, yeah.
You rolled on a D4 when I rolled on a D20. Get out of here. Fuck you.
Bro, you know, that's
you,
like
sir.
once every 3 months. I would
Fuck you,
roll
sir.
4 on a D4. That's what you
Fuck
get.
The funny he couldn't have failed unless he rolled a natural one, is what I'm hearing.
Because it's such a basic thing. So the damage he's doing, like, it's not like what he's doing is going to be instantly healed the second you kill him, right? Like, just
Yeah.
imagine somebody like ripping up power lines and like rerouting them to their house, right? Even if you shoot that man stealing your power lines, your whole power grid is fucked on that side, right? Like you have to redo a whole bunch of stuff. So just factor that in your decision making. I know there's a lot of like theoreticals here, but I just want to let you know whatever Dragoth is doing is not going to be something that's easily repaired by someone who doesn't like understand what's going on.
That's what like Rolb's arguing right now is like, even if we save Mr. right now, there's no guarantee that she can do anything immediately. It's probably going to take her time regardless. And then B, Dragoth is out here fucking being a hoe and building weird things and stealing magic and turning it off and on and shit.
I just heard that I couldn't fix the problem if I killed Dragoth, but the electrician can, and that's who we're pulling out of jail.
That's
Just pointing
essentially
that
what I
out.
said.
Thank
But
you. I'm just making sure he gets the results of his role because
yeah,
it's
no,
my
I want,
argument.
yeah.
Yeah. It's like he was like, that's what I'm arguing. I'm like,
I was like, I don't think so,
No.
but okay.
Remember when I said you don't count?
See, I took that more in the sense of he's gonna, while we're saving Mistra, who is the electrician, sure, or the linewoman, Dragoth is just destroying more lines, so it's just gonna take her longer to fix everything.
oh my God.
No, she's the only one who pretty much. All right, so recap real quick, right? The advantage of dealing with Dragoth is, you know you're dealing with him, and you kind of control what I would assume is the losses there, right? Because you're saying who's going, who's doing what have you, right? Whatever is going on at that particular place, you're dealing with directly. That said, if and when you destroy Dragoth, the issue of what happens to the weave comes next, right? Because this is something he studied for centuries. It's not something he just like, oh, I'm going to take it. You've seen elements of his plan this whole time, so he has a very strong understanding of it. Not other people do. Like pretty much no other creature essentially does, outside of maybe Mistra and a couple of gods that you can argue outside of that who aren't really in this particular fight. So even if you're done, magic's still going to be wonky. Also, he might also do wonky things during that fight, what have you. If you go and get Mistra, you lose the personal touch with Dragoth. So whoever you send there or don't send there, that's gonna work itself out on its own. It's obviously a risk on your guys' side as well. But if you do get Mistra, the understanding is if you free her, get her in contact with the weave, she's back essentially to normal. Like it's the weave is such a tremendous power source that it would absolutely bring her back. And I think anyone with Arcana training would understand that. The issue with Mistra most of the time is when people knock her out of her position connected to the weave, that's when she gets weakened and she's vulnerable. Once you bring her back to it, she's back again. And it's happened multiple times. So I think people who have an education on this would understand that, Mistra's back. magic is going to be put right again. It might not be 100% instantaneous, like birds and sunshine flying everywhere, but she'll set right what needs to be set right immediately and then work on fixing the other stuff.
Roll of cast exposition.
Setting aside the idea that she can handle Dragoth herself if we free her, my concerns are twofold. The goddess of magic will still be missing, and that is a problem that must be dealt with. But in the meantime, if we defeat Dragoth initially, there are 3 individuals primed to immediately take up his mantle of claiming the weave and turning it to their own end. And none of them have the goodwill of mortals in mind. We trade 1 Dragoth for 3 new ones. Or likely 1 once they fall to infighting.
We'll consider the 3 a target for now, but it just seems as though we have 2. And I think we have most of the answers and ammunition to tackle 1, while 1 is a bit of a mystery and quite formidable. We would have to go in with a lot more time and planning than I think we have, and this is jammed. Mistra has been captured for some time now.
And look at the result.
Yeah, but a day or 2 isn't going to change that, I don't think. She's a priority, I agree. I just don't think she needs to be the first one right now.
Judging on how much the weave has changed and how he was able to like stop it in Waterdeep and all that fun shit, can Rome kind of like feel out and see if he can get a touch on like if that's sped up, or obviously it's slowed down enough because they're able to use magic, but if he could feel like a pulse on that or a heartbeat?
I think the magic around Waterdeep specifically has been wonky, to say the least. And you've had to cast spells outside of it, and you've had to fight to make those spells essentially land. It's difficult to say just off of feel. If you were a sorcerer, I would have given you probably a roll. But you don't have a direct connection to the weave in that particular sense. You just know it's harder to cast spells than it normally would be. That being said, Joe, I did go back and watch that video. One of the informations that the Luskin dude gave you was that whatever he's doing has been increased 3-fold at least in terms of what he's doing in the City of Warlocks and his plans as a whole. So that you like Theron would know that whatever he's doing is accelerated, quite a bit.
Well, then, back when I said I share that information, I shared that information.
That's what, that's sort of.
Based on that, how much time do we think we have left before Dragoth does his bullshit?
I mean, literally.
We don't know where the cap is. We don't know where he's like, I've hit the full point. Here we go. Yeah. So it's like, well,
I'd say, within 24 hours, you'd expect to see some cataclysmic shit start happening. In that, is it 12 hours? Is it 6 hours? You don't know.
Who? I think Roland would just kind of do his best to relay that. I don't know how much time we have to save Mistra versus slow down, if not defeat Dragoth now.
To me, it's the same timeline. We accomplish it in the same amount of time.
Yes, but if we're actively fighting Dragoth, that's going to slow down his plans regardless. If we go and save Mistra, doesn't necessarily slow him down, and he may succeed before we do.
That argument is true for both cases. I say we wait until Laerel arrives to answer better questions, but so far the argument "it will be difficult" does not hold water with me.
It's not difficult, but we'll wait. and speak with her.
Kit, could you roll me a D100, sir, please?
We're running out of time, so we wait.
Did we begin out with being quiet?
Yes.
No, I just want you to roll D100, man.
Okay, I'm gonna look away, and based on your reactions, I know what happened.
Oh God.
Well, we're fucked.
Okay.
Or
this-
we're really
is this-
great.
Oh, I said that before I saw the roll. That's incredible.
Oh, wow, okay.
Can I look
Ravaya,
now?
you probably feel it first. Your
Holy shit!
Fae-based connection to Zolan severed instantly. Antique, silent, inert, no longer floating in your hands. Anybody that has magic on them, it's off. All the wards in this room go down. With the exception of probably a handful of candles, this entire dungeon is dark. Whatever has just happened, magic is once again no longer present in this area.
Do I know, does that effect extend to the abyss, or if that's in a different place, will people's magic work there?
The magic that's being affected is specific.
It's legit. Yeah.
Is specific to this plane. So in Toral, basically.
All right.
If
I'm not being nice about it. I just want to make sure what I say is accurate.
yeah, sure.
To
100%.
further my point, we can fight Dragoth without magic, which makes half of us, I'm sorry, somewhat useless. Or we can fight at our full strength and accomplish the same task. And then I'm
Right,
gonna
it's
like
just
wince
like-
because I just said I would wait for reinforcements on my argument.
Yeah. You hear torches, get the torches, and like people like trying to get candles and like light this place up because the gelatinis rely quite a bit on magic, in general. That being said,
Is D'Artagnan nearby?
he was upstairs.
For what it's worth, I count myself among those almost useless without magic.
Yeah, you have your golden tongue, if you will.
If I can convince Dragoth to put an end to this, that it will be a miracle indeed.
Sir, could you please stop? Yeah, all right.
Roll a d20.
I just
Holy
invoke
shit.
some ancient rule of combat. All right, state your combat of choice. Debate team. Fuck.
Damn. You got me again.
While
All
we're
right,
waiting,
so-
Roland will go find D'Artagnan.
Okay, all right. You have dark vision, right? Or
Not naturally.
okay. Roll me a survival check. See how well you make it through here.
Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Okay, awesome. You've probably honestly made the walk from the study upstairs more than most, or probably the most. So you don't have too much of a problem. You know, just do the blind man thing a little bit to get up the stairs.
Oh, he
but
would have
you
stole a
do-
candle for sure. If there were.
Oh, okay. You just grabbed the candle. Okay, yeah. All right, fair enough.
Now we're just all in the dark.
Yeah.
Just steal
Took
all
the
the
one
I'm
candles.
gonna find
candle.
that.
Y'all don't need these.
It just leaves us
Most of
friends
us
in the
have dark
dark.
vision, with the exception of
Oh my god.
maybe Quinn. Quinn, do you have dark vision?
You're
You're
muted, brother.
But
You're still muted.
I'm gonna take out and light my hooded
Quinn
lantern.
is human as hell, so no, he cannot see.
All right. So Team No can see in there. All right, so you go upstairs. You see D'Artagnan stumbling out like we need to this cannot keep happening. But he does have a candle as well. Hastily lit and just kind of like trying to put some paper stuff away and just flustered at the moment.
2 questions for you.
I didn't do it.
That wasn't one of them. Is Aunt Deet okay without magic?
Yes, she's a physical manifestation. It's just she can't express herself without magic.
Can we go to where she physically is? That was a question 1B.
He leans his staff over to you.
Oh, she's physically in there.
Yeah, it's a glass kind of ball, and she's mostly in there. Yeah, like some hot pseudopod action. But yeah.
Okay. Second question. We're in quite a dilemma, and not just the one that we're experiencing right now. Gut reaction. Magic aside. Fight Dragoth now. Or fight through the abyss. I think she said 600th level. And save Mistra from 3 demon lords.
Now, I assume you're just going to traverse down to the 600th and not literally fight 600 levels down. Because we'd all be dead of old age by the time you got to, assuming you survived.
I don't know if her father would give us a ride.
You know what? This is a little morbid, but given your predilections, there's magic in blood.
I just took that off.
Agreed. But your friend might be the key to getting to that level.
Oh.
Most of the time with the planar things, you need elements or things that originated from or were created there. I believe your friend satisfies perhaps both.
Well, we have a ride. You should come downstairs. I think we're waiting on a guest. And it's not like we have much we can do in the meantime anyways. Also, I know you don't get out much, but we could use your help.
I just want to understand the request you're making of me. You want me to go into the abyss with you?
For Mistra.
Oh, no, you had to say that, didn't you? Roll persuasion at advantage.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna say I was looking at under A's for persuasion because you said at advantage. Take me a minute. If I roll 2 1s, I quit.
Okay. I quit. I'm done.
I warn you, I've done that plenty of times.
Oh, this one.
Woo!
Oh my goodness. All right, sir. Well, the advantage came in. He thinks about it for a moment and looks around and kind of glances at like the missives he has in his pockets.
Is that Nubs?
Absolutely.
As we have more to the prophecy that is, and
Oh,
unfortunately, it's leading to more questions.
He would not get off my damn question mark. I couldn't get him to move. And I just watched my Discord message just get like row and row.
He wants us to ask. He wants us to believe.
Question everything.
Question everything.
How
Thank
the fuck
you.
do you spell prophecy? My brain is not working.
Prophecy? Wait, did I spell it wrong? No, I can't spell prophecy. Is that
Oh gosh.
prophecy?
Prophecy.
Oh, you need a PH, you dumbass.
Do you put an F in there? Yeah.
There you go. Good compromise.
Oh my god. Yeah, prophecy is one of those words that looks weird if you're typing it.
Yeah.
Well, it also doesn't
Right?
help
Like that
I'm
looks
tired
wrong.
And
but
I'm doing
anyway.
it in caps. I did the yeah, I did that, and it looks so weird.
It looked weird. It looked weird. I 100% agree. Anyway.
Che.
Why did I put an
Yeah.
H in there? Like,
I love
Hi,
my
Dubs.
nephew. Look
Ooh,
at
get
him.
that
Set up with Wolf.
Yeah, good boy. Give us more prophecy, sir. Walks away.
Yeah, has to eat it on the ground. He can't eat it up here.
Hey,
Oh,
Nub,
man.
should I invest in Bitcoin? Come back. I have
Um,
questions.
God.
All
but
right.
while this is going on, Roland will kind of say too, like, perhaps this might be a matter where your brother would join us. I can only imagine that saving the goddess of magic would invoke a request of saving his own wife.
I'm not sure he'd be okay with that. As much as I'd love to work with my brother in a clandestine way again, he's so focused on his son and potentially having lost a mother, I don't think he would put him in a position where he'd lose a father as well. As it is, I was going to ask you if you could ask him if I could go, because I'm pretty sure that won't work. Well, we could play this two ways. One, we go and save the world, and just do it, and he can be mad as he want, but we did it, so that kind of...
I like this one.
Or we could ask him, or you could ask him specifically, and somehow get
You want
him
me
to
to
say...
ask him? You're his brother.
There's no way. No, it's...
I say we lean towards the not asking.
We're just gonna leave? Okay. All right, so when we come back, if he's really mad, this was your idea. Just so you know.
I will. You know what? I will explain our way
You
out
okay
of
with
it
that?
if we come back. When we come back.
You have a deal.
I just want to say, as much as I'm arguing one cause because the character believes in it, I'm fully against Flandy. The second he walked out of the room, he just full betrayed you. He was on your team when he was in the room.
Yeah. As you guys are shaking hands, you hear three very loud raps on the door, as it is soon opened by the guards that are inside, and immediately two what looks like city watch honor guards kind of walk in, and you see Laurel kind of stroll, almost glide in, like one of those like does she have feet kind of situations, with her extremely long kind of gown that she's wearing, but she enters in the room and is kind of looking around. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been formally invited to the Gelatini estate. And D'Artagnan's like, remember, you're explaining. And then kind of runs downstairs and introduces himself, and the full formal.
I think that's her daughter. Before he actually gets down the stairs, before he leaves too far.
This may shock you, but I do know who Laurel Silverhand is.
Oh, I didn't know that wasn't well-known knowledge. I thought that was
Probably not well known, but this guy's not unwell known. Out of curiosity, is there a 10-foot radius around her where magic does work? Just
Yeah.
she is.
I wish, but no. But they exchange pleasantries, and he gives her the full title and all that stuff. But welcomes her into the home and apologizes for the current state of lack of lights and things of that nature. But did you want to have the meeting? And she kind of looks towards, at this point, Roland, because I think there's an understanding that she wasn't summoned here by the Gelatinis. It was just that they wanted her here. And being that you stick out literally like a sore thumb, she addresses you. I was told we were to discuss a plan for, well, a rather daring plan. Was it to be here or at another location? In the matter.
He'll look to D'Artagnan. I'm sure you know the best place to meet. I will go gather the rest of the crew. Meet you there.
Let's... Downstairs is probably the best place. I'm gonna get some more candles. And he just kind of grabs the...
I feel like they have one of those small asides where he's in the dungeon.
Yes, we're gonna put it in. Yes. Don't question me. So
Right this way, madam.
yeah, pretty much. And he's within a few minutes, not even minutes, like seconds, I'd say they grabbed up like as many candles as they possibly could, and kind of being a lit procession coming down the stairs.
Roll of hands, one to each big guest.
I'm also setting up the room. I didn't know they were coming, but I have
Yeah.
a lantern and 5 candles, just so we're not just sitting in the dark.
Okay, awesome, great. So that's all lit up. And Layra was kind of like, all right, so this is the dungeon, but remember the dungeon's exceptionally clean, so it's not an affront.
It's
Um,
cleaning oozes.
But with D'Artagnan leading, it's like, okay, this way into my study. What happened to my floor?
The magic went out before I could fix that. We'll get it fixed. I asked you if he's like whispering to him, was like, I asked you if you wanted to go somewhere else.
You didn't tell me the floor was destroyed.
I didn't think I had to. I'm pretty sure I thought you had places specifically for this type of situation, and I would not have thought it would have been the dungeon.
Yeah, sorry, we don't have a world-ending war room in this manner. I apologize. I'll make sure Aloysius sees to that next time.
You probably should.
Are you lads
Warded for
done
magic.
arguing?
Never.
Laryl Silverhand, I met your esteemed colleague Theron and his accompaniment or friends, Euphemi, who doesn't appear to be here. I come on the behalf of the Lord's Alliance and, more importantly, my mother, Mistra.
She just looks at Theron for a second.
Well, there are concerns about the plan to enter the Abyss. There are a distinct lack of specifics. I think if it is achievable, it is the proper course, but there are concerns that might be waylaid.
Well, lay out your concerns and I'll see if I can address them. As for the Abyss, I do believe I have potentially a way in for you.
Well, my first thought is there's
Like, as do I. And he'll flip the coin.
a labyrinth to be sorted first and foremost, and the denizens within are unknown to us. Dragoth is a known factor.
I have items which can help you find my mother. You don't necessarily have to. Well, it's impossible. The labyrinth is quite literally infinite. You just need to find her. So that's probably the most important thing, other than essentially getting her out. I could provide 3 items. One which will help you find her. The second, which will help you escape. And the third is more of a comfort device from should things go really wrong, so that you don't have to suffer.
So you're aware of where she is. There's an item to find her and one to escape, but not one to free her, I noticed.
I've seen her cage. It is not like anything I have ever seen. It is surrounded by crude stones with runes carved in them. Weird abyssal writing. Almost like equations. I imagine the stones have something to do with the stability of the cage itself.
Well, there are things that can be done. I'm trying to think what I have that's most effective against solid rock. But in the meantime, she is not unguarded.
Unfortunately, that is true. The clever business of putting her in a maze on top of the confusion element is it's very difficult to march an army through a maze. So a small team was going to be needed regardless. I
Oh my god.
Tony's a dad mode. I love it. It's so good.
Yup, it's the dad mode.
It's not going to be easy. I'm not going to lie to you. The chance of you fighting or facing a greater demon or a demon lord, period, is quite high. If you have capable friends beyond those in this room, I'd strongly suggest taking them. If you need certain items that you think would be helpful, I will do my best to procure them. Although, given the current situation, it might take a little bit longer than usual.
I suppose there's a question of whether a demon lord is a greater challenge to fight off than Dragoth himself, but rather a moot one.
We'll
The
fight for
other
more than just one demon lord. Again, this is at the best interest of 3. I doubt if we were to breach that only one would show up.
I think that depends more on how you approach this, if I may be so bold. If you go in, how do they say, loud, then yes, all 3 perhaps would be there. But there are lords, not just demons. They have things to do, their own realms to oversee. They don't babysit her. In my visions, I've seen all 3 there. I've seen 0 there. It depends on, I assume, what's going on. But they're not always within her presence.
The concern is that they can be. And in
That
the
is
brief
obviously a
conversation
risk.
I had, if we are successful, we have to be comfortable with the idea that they will likely do their best to hunt every one of us down. Generational, in fact.
I feel like Roland's gonna look at D'Artagnan and be like, maybe you shouldn't come.
I already have blood in the game, unfortunately. In a surprisingly serious tone from him, but she continues. Mistra is a generous god. Perhaps there can be something that you worked out between you 2 upon her release.
If you're asking for her protection, she can barely protect herself. She is a constant target. And that's not to say she couldn't protect us for the time where she wasn't, but she's consistently vulnerable, consistently sought after. Then I think that'll be the same for most of us.
You provided, I mean, you are all very capable, and if you were thinking about taking out Dragoth himself, a power level structural, it's not too different. He, after all, did kill Orcus. There's arguments that he might be stronger still than one of them. You could end anyone that stands in your way, which is a pretty strong deterrent against. Killing a demon lord within the abyss is a feat. And
What's
it's one thing
this?
they understand. Sorry.
What's to say this wouldn't attract more demon lords?
To
I
who?
imagine to Mistra herself. I imagine
Once
us
she's-
being there wouldn't be quiet. Even if we are quiet for a little bit, eventually someone's gonna find out what we're there doing.
Then that's a problem for them. Demons are quick to fall upon each other. They don't hold to plans very long. It's their nature. Vengeance is indeed strong, but power is stronger still.
I would say as well that this is not a prolonged undertaking. We do not have to be unnoticed for days, but instead hours. And if we get in and we get out, we solve both problems at once. And as far as protection from Mistra, is the risk of a demon lord after you not something you're willing to undertake? We
It's not
face
just
death
you.
now.
Absolutely, we do. You said generational. Your friends, your family, those you probably can't protect at all times will also be vulnerable. You willing to that?
Yes. We're talking the
Yeah.
entire mortal plane. To get personal, because my friends and family are specifically targeted, is inherently selfish. It's understandable, but inherently selfish. Not everyone has lived a life as I. To divorce yourself from those as much as possible, to make this a ready choice. It's not an easy one, even for me. Having said that I've lived that way, I don't pretend to be above it, but I am certainly willing.
Sounds to me like you have a small family.
We've already had someone take out entire civilizations because of us. Sounds a lot easier on paper. Again, I'm not saying that we don't address the Mistra situation. I just don't think we do it first.
And I think if we don't, then we have a brand new Dragoth situation immediately following.
Yes, but what you're forgetting is Dragoth took time. Took planning, took cunning. He's been planning this move for... I don't even know if there's a word for how long it's been.
Are you familiar with an explosive?
I don't think a demon lord's going to be able to step right into everything that he's done.
When I was talking to my dad, did I? Again, this is kind of hard to read, and I totally understand. It's just like you have no fucking idea. But from Revia's perspective, it seemed as though he didn't necessarily have like a trigger he was ready to pull immediately, or even the other three that he was aware of. Like, it almost felt like he was kind of like, I'm doing a bunch of things. We got a lot of pots on the fires right now, but I'm not like, I don't have one that I'm like, as soon as this happens, I'm in, or that guy's doing something or whatever. Like, did she feel like there was like, I don't know, readyable action to be had very soon?
I think the idea was to, as far as he understood, or like how he explained it to you, was to kind of, for him to keep Mistra as a for like a resource.
Yeah, like
to,
as you were
to
saying, like kind of
exploit.
keeping her in her back pocket, right?
That said, he also said Grast is a master manipulator and not to trust him. So, and he has the ego to back it up. Could he feasibly piece together that he would immediately try to grasp the reins of power? Yeah, probably. He's done that kind of shit before. So, yeah, does he have the discipline to stay and just use it as a battery instead of trying to take control of it for himself and do God knows what with it? Yeah. Jubilex probably wouldn't, just because that's not within his wheelhouse. He probably doesn't have the level of creativity to truly put that to use.
That's about right. Okay, sorry to interrupt
No,
the
you're good.
conversation. Continue, boys. I was trying to remember what I might have seen.
I think, from Roland's perspective, the seat's been empty for quite some time. Like, I don't know of any reason why taking out Dragoth would mean Demon Lord's gonna immediately hop in there and start fucking shit up any worse than he's already doing. But that could just be Flanny not understanding the aspect of everything.
Have roll an in check, please.
I don't wanna.
Okay.
You just don't know then, I guess.
Yeah.
You'll be fine.
You just don't know then, I guess. Oh my god.
All right.
The idea
did
that
it.
no one's been on the throne might be a false one. The fact that you're only seeing the tail end of it right now when it's most visible is likely because it had to happen. Dragoth was likely he's had his hand in this pot the whole time. The reason why nobody jumped in is probably because he either stopped them or distracted them.
Interesting.
Got big Flandy on there.
Flandy's Downey.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was like slurry almost. Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't know me.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
she
it's-
said.
But I will say, to counter that, it's not a for sure thing. It's a
Yeah.
hypothesis, but it's not guaranteed that bam, someone's going to do it.
But I guess what I'm understanding is, like I said, Dragoth literally spent centuries understanding how to manipulate it to even flex the power of turning it off, that kind of thing, or let
She's-
alone
She hasn't gone
relocate it.
centuries, has she?
No, he was just studying it. This was his
Studying it,
long-term
yeah.
goal,
Gotcha.
was to move it over. Because like it's not just
Yeah.
taking over the weave; he's literally removing it from one plane and taking it to another. So
Yeah.
there's levels
I-
of complexity that he's dealing with.
I imagine Roland would understand that a Demon Lord could cause damage, yes, but it's not going to be as dire as silt ass bitchy bitch face being in the pot now.
So you have this weird kind of thing where it's like, do you just let the whip get ghost rided and potentially have a literal maniac jump in? Or do you put the bus driver back in the seat? So yeah, it's a tough call.
Like Roland would just kind of like iterate to the group, like, it's a tough decision overall. There's obviously the struggles of saving Mistra and the fights that would come of it. Or if we do dispatch of Dragoth first and say for a second, whatever moves these three lords make next, are they going to be quick enough? And are they going to be able to control enough to affect what we're trying to do there? I think part of our advantage right now is if we leave Dragoth alone, or even send off a fake attack to distract him a little, we should theoretically still have magic in the abyss. If we take him out first, and one of the one of the demon lords takes over, we might not have magic in the abyss. There might be more forces at hand against us to save her. We have
I'll
an
grant
element
you-
of surprise.
I'll grant you that it's impossible to know the full workings of how the weave has been manipulated. But from what I'm able to grasp, the analogy I would use is this. A ruler builds up an army over decades. When he passes and his war-mongering son takes over, he does not need decades. His forces are there to command. The work has been done. Whether the demon lords fully know how to access it is a question we cannot answer. But it will be much, much easier for them than it was for Dragoth.
I would also like to chime in addition to freeing my mother, I would remind you that demon lords are archetypal beings of chaos. They have no investment in your world. Watching it burn might be enough for them.
Thank you for the raids.
Oh, we got raid. I'm sorry, I was paying
You
attention.
did.
Hello, thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay,
Shake.
let's-
Cake!
Thank you. Hello.
I was doing my
Uh,
best
Focused on this
shaky cake
storyline.
impression.
I saw
That's
his
what it
Flanny
was?
doing some shit, and I was like, I don't know what he's doing. Thank you, Seth.
I thought Flanny was just
Forgot about it already.
tired voguing.
Tired bogey.
Yeah, I was like, this is not unusual for Flandy, so it's fine. Just carry on.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I was like,
The
so hard on stuff.
We're debating
I
if
just-
we're gonna go save Mister from 3 demon lords in the abysses at 600 levels, or if we're gonna take
Probably
out.
only one,
Take out.
maybe.
That's a hot plate.
this campaign is gonna go on for the next 30 years as you go through every level of the
Or if we're gonna go
Um,
take out a Draco Lich bitch Silty McFacer of
Listen, we'll
bullshit.
definitely hit level 20 by then, though. I mean, come on.
100%. Yeah,
I'm just
absolutely.
saying, if y'all don't hose me on stealth checks, we might not even see any demon lords.
Yeah.
Oh god.
You don't
Also,
hose me.
there's a part
No,
of
I-
like me, not Revia, who's like, this team has never in their life fully succeeded one stealth
Right?
check.
Right?
Yeah,
You
right.
got Theron now.
Not one. Even with Pass Without a Trace,
I was like-
never
I
in our career. Have
I think
all
we've
of
had
us.
Pass Without a Trace and still failed.
I
Yeah,
got
that's what I'm
you.
saying.
I got you. If it's a group stealth track, I'm gonna put the average in the stratosphere. We can do it.
The stratosphere. All right, I want to see
I have
that.
advantage
man
on
is
stealth
not how
tracks and a
averages
minimum
work.
27 stealth. Bring it.
One man is
Well,
not how
Steve, my
averages
guy.
work.
Yeah, group stealths are averages. That's what I'm saying. I'll drag it right
my
up.
God. Oh boy.
You have a paladin. All right, so okay, we one last thing, and just like you, I obviously have a bias, but I do want a couple of things to be said before I.
Stop being biased,
Thank you.
Dennis.
This is the lead.
The many gods have tried to take Mistress' place. All of them fail in the long term. Mistra always comes back. Her talent and her connection to the weave is unique. Can Dragoff supplant her? Perhaps. But I have yet to see a creature actually do it. And again, actual gods have tried. Second, your decision is an unenviable one. You have a known enemy and an unknown situation, for one, and a known hostage and an unknown, essentially, location for the other. Like I said, I can provide you transports. I can provide you with items that may help your cause, both in infiltration and in combat, should it come to that. I don't think you're in a position to go without risk either way. Significant risk. What I do know, though, is the time that you have to act, as you can see, is growing short. And she gestures towards the doorway and the windows. And if you look now, it's like, you ever see like those super ominous thick clouds? You see that just kind of rolling over as like it just consumes the light that has bathes the city from the daytime. Whatever decision you're going to make, my own wishes or not, it must be done soon. Otherwise, well, we'd best prepare for alternative means of living.
Let me make a call real quick. And Roland's just gonna kind of like slip out the back unless anybody follows.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. Yeah, you go outside. As soon as you go outside, it is like, have you ever been in a storm on the shore, like on a beach, like just super powerful winds?
In all my years of living in Daytona, no, I've never once.
Fuck you,
been on
motherfucker!
the
I don't
beach.
know, man. I don't look. I just want to make sure we have a common baseline. This dude wants to throw Florida at me. Get out of here, man.
You know, when we get those hurricanes, yeah, no, never been in a storm on the beach.
Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. Anyway,
Get out of here with your
It's-
weak ass northern storms.
they're called nor'easters. You know what? I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, I was like, we can get into it right now, but it's fine. Anyway.
He's upsetting my delicate northern sensibilities. Okay, so you.
I don't know that Roland would necessarily have gone outside. He just would have like gone into a different room at least.
Okay, so you're just ducking around. Okay,
Yeah.
then sure, whatever you'd like to do, sir.
But he will pull out the Nexel coin, and I think he'll flip it once again and catch it in the air and be like, actually,
You know what you need to work. The weave's not working.
I was gonna say he's sitting there. He's like, "Oh, I probably need to do a hurry or some shit." It's
As
like,
your blood fills the coin, it begins to kind of spin up to life, and you hear the kind of accented speech of Kayao come back. My favorite apprentice. What can I do for you?
I have another question for you about aid. This one's this one is very different than our previous questions. A request, if you will.
Well, no better time than the present. What was your question?
I think Roland's gonna kind of be like an interesting comment for people who control time. Are you familiar? But I don't want to insult your intelligence, but are you familiar with Mistra? And/or do you
Yes.
have any buy-in with her?
No.
We talked about this. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm obviously familiar with the goddess of magic.
Right. I just know that she's not quite in charge of anything that you deal with. So I wasn't sure if that
No.
was something that y'all just kind of... Anyways, she currently resides hidden somewhere in the abyss.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. You know what? I want to know how you know. Entertain me. What is your plan? What? This has to be one hell of an ask.
My question for you is kind of a multifaceted question.
Naturally.
Would you be willing and/or able to teleport me and my crew in the vicinity of, if we could get you a good idea of where that might be?
So you have a location, and you want me to teleport you there.
We have a... What is it called? A labyrinth? The labyrinth?
Is this related to your friend's father?
I believe so. Actually, no, yes.
Of course, it wouldn't be a labyrinth. It'd be the infinite labyrinth. Correct?
Yes. We allegedly are going to be given items to help us locate her once we're there.
Okay.
They potentially have a way to get us there also. But I was curious if yours was more clandestine.
I'm not gonna lie to you. We were never a quiet people. It's blood and guts and gore, and we sacrifice our people awake and screaming. I mean, there's no. I don't have any items from that particular level of the abyss, and we'd probably have to use some of your friend's blood, which I'm sure she wouldn't be happy about. And then, is she happy about anything? By the way, I don't think I've ever seen her.
You know, every time I do something that I think she's like, she's never looking. It's so frustrating.
That's got to be infuriating. She does like that little monster that's with her, though. I did see that.
Oh yes,
Anyway.
I wouldn't call him that.
I mean, he is, isn't it not?
Not in her
Alright.
eyes.
Okay. So, if you bring her and back to Mestika, and we do a summoning, a ritual of some sort, maybe we could swap one of them out for you. That could work. I might need some.
When you say swap one of them out, are you saying like
Yeah.
a Freaky Friday situation where I'm now in their body and they're in my body, or are we talking like a full-on physical swap?
No, I mean like we teleport you in and them out. Kind of an even exchange. Less blood required. It also means
Roland's kind of like rolling through his head of like, what are they gaining out of this? This is like by summoning demons.
no, I'm not gonna lie to you. There is a thing for us. Sacrificing demons for us is a big thing, and we assume that it'd be okay because, you know, they're not really people. So we would get a minion to sacrifice, and you would be minus a guard and hopefully within range.
That might be doable.
Well, it's an option. We just need your friend's blood.
How much blood would you need? And at my count, we have insert rough estimate.
Probably a pint. We'll you know, I don't know. It's been a while since I've done it. It depends on how thick hers is too. The demon blood tends to get a little pasty, so it might need more.
Oh, she hella thick.
Yeah. So it's
I'm just saying, as a responsible blood mage, you should have been saving all of your friends' blood after every fight, anything they lost. Just
He's been using it. He's been using it to rejuvenate him. That's just gone.
I don't know if you've ever collected like our blood because it's always been from
Should've.
corpses. Well,
Straight
like,
up.
usually-
like Dennis was always saying that you need like a good amount of blood.
Yeah.
So it was usually like this body, I'm gonna take all the blood.
Well, it's a twofer, right? You need a good amount of blood, and it needs to be like light. Like if it fell out of you in battle and it's just laying on the ground, I can't just like scoop that bitch up and put it
Yeah,
back
you
into you. Like,
can.
that's not...
Well, no, you put it in a bottle.
There's
You put it in a
rules.
bottle and save it for later.
That's not. No, that's not how it
Just
works.
roll him on his hands and knees at the end of every battle with a jar.
Sponge. He just has a sponge, sponging it up and then squeezing it after the
I've
jar.
seen you turn
And it
more
has
into missiles.
everybody's
You can't
names in
just
it.
wave your hand and put it in a bottle. You
oh my god. All right.
don't even have to mention it. And then later it's like, well, we would need some revised blood. And Revive goes, hell no. You go, oh, don't worry, I got some.
I will say it will take us a moment to scry to figure out which one is appropriate. Do you have a visual on where she is?
No, but I know someone who does.
Bring them to Mestika too. We'll need to talk to them.
Oh boy. I will see what I can do. But I'm sure if this is more feasible than their plan, I think she'll be down.
I love how out of the room Roland is way more on board with Mistrized than in the
For
room.
real?
Roland.
For real?
One last question. If you could get me, are they close to Mistra?
I don't know if Roland knows the answer to that question. Hold
Hang
on.
up the call.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
absolutely not. Hang up.
I don't know. Is anybody here really close to anybody else?
They're really invested in her return.
Oh, it's a shame. We could have done more if they were close. Bring
I
him
don't
anyway.
know if
We
you
might
need to
use.
roll to counter that. Like that was kind of my way of doing a bluff.
Oh, do me a
So that's a
deception
con
then.
save. I don't
Yeah.
know what you're. Yeah, I don't know what
I
you were
don't
trying to
know.
roll, but you rolled
What's
con.
that,
It was
is that a
all right. So it
3
was
or
an
that's
8
Yeah,
plus. Oh, way better. A 19.
Okay.
Did it take you
He
that
believes
long?
you on two fronts.
Yes,
One,
I'm tired. Get out of here.
you asked him for help, so he doesn't think you're lying to him or would have reason to. And B, it wasn't like he didn't think what he was asking was that malicious. But All right. Well, you let me know. We're very busy trying to get our god back around, and the Dragoff asshole just turned off the lights. So if you could do something about that, I'd
Wait.
appreciate it.
It's there too.
Yeah.
Well, this is more serious than I thought. I will let you know as soon as I can. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Flips a coin and puts it in his
Yeah.
pocket. I don't know why he decided to start flipping coins. That's his signature blood magic thing now. Anytime he casts blood, it's going to be a coin flip. King.
While you're doing
walk-
that. Oh, sorry. Good.
No, I was just saying that. At that point, he'll walk back in the room.
Gotcha. Layrel goes over to Quinn. I don't recognize any of your markings. And I've been on this realm for quite some time. Where are you from?
Okay, kid is forgetting what the fuck it's called. Fucking continent, fucking planet.
I was
Yes! Maya is here in spirit. She has visited us.
Oh my God.
I mean,
Amazing.
the fucking village is from me. I fucking know that. I made that shit up, but I'm forgetting the fucking planet. Not a
Narnia.
It's the Galarian, right? The path.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Galarian.
Interesting. All right. How did you get here?
Long story. Journey of, I wouldn't say redemption because I didn't think I was worthy of that, but long story short, I hitched a ride to the elemental plane of water. I found somebody there. They brought me over here.
That's one hell of a journey. All right. Well, you haven't chimed in, and I'm curious as to your thoughts.
It's a difficult matter no matter what you do. He looks at Theron at this point. And he says, very well spoken. I like the sentiment, but I cannot let my family die that way. That's about it. I'm sorry. That's all I got.
No, that's fine. I just want to understand where your concerns are. Is there anything?
It's gonna butt in if can she hear this or no?
We're in the same room, right?
Yeah,
Not in the
I
same
don't know.
room.
I don't know if she pulled him to a corner or something.
No, you're good. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I didn't say anything. But Revive will speak up. Does that mean if we went after Mistra that you would abstain?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Abstain from what?
I was asking him.
It's just him, Quentin.
Oh, sorry.
If it means harm befalling my family, I unfortunately I would have to.
Understood.
I did not think they would welcome me back, and now that they have, I know that I understand that I don't care what happens to me. If anything happens to them, that is where I have issues.
I'm aside
Just
to
laugh
avoid
at
saying
that.
my first response because it wasn't nice. And then, even if we were to tackle Dragoth first, the idea would still remain that Mistra must be saved. We don't avoid the issue, we just put off the issue of angry demon lords.
Or dead ones. Still on the table.
I guess my question is, assuming we don't kill her jailers, are we going to ask someone else to bear their wrath? Someone else's family on the line. I'm gonna just like flop into a fucking chair and just run. My hair is like in my face a little bit. I'm for the first time disheveled, and just sag. It's not a position anyone should ever be in, but we find ourselves here, and it is exhausting and awful. And I know how quickly I answered the question. But believe me, since we've been here, all I've done is cold, rational math of who has to die because we cannot save them. People fell around us from the sky. Some of you rightly tried to help. I did not. And that is a burden. All of this is a burden. If we go, who dies here because we did not kill Dragoth faster? If we don't go, how many die if a demon lord steps in and it takes time to dethrone them again? How many of our friends and neighbors and uncles and cousins and untold numbers of people we directly know and love pay the price if we save Mystra? And how does that stack up against the rest of everyone? War is awful and heartless and pointless. No one had to die, but for the selfishness and power-crazed individual. Either course leads to some good. I think that if we rescue Mystra, it leads to the most. But I know that I have long since done my best to remove that part of myself that stops and saves a person when there is a crowd at stake. And that level of heart is important. There are many people who know of you and remember you. Very few have ever heard of me. And it's not to say that that recognition makes the good I've done unimportant. But heroes are more than themselves. And either course will not take that from any of you. I have no further arguments to make. I believe that saving Mystra is the correct course, the most likely course to succeed on all fronts. But we do not have time to delay the decision much further. If anyone has any particular point to make on either behalf, I say we do so, and then choose.
When everyone's in the room, we'll make the decision.
I'm just remembering Euphemy's not there in character.
Oh, also Roland fucked off, so
Roland's back.
oh, he came back. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like he's probably came back at the like in the middle of that, and he was like about to be like share his news. He's like, oh, they're into the moment. Okay, I'm just gonna be quiet and not interrupt.
Can someone else roll me a D100, please?
No.
Are the lights gonna flicker back on, Nenders?
I can't roll it again.
You can roll
look
again
what
if
you
you
did.
want.
Look what you did. Don't you touch him.
Have Joe the Joe Man Joe roll.
Joe, you've been summoned to the plate, sir.
Oh shit!
Ooh, okay.
All right. You guys don't see or hear anything different, so you don't have to worry about that roll for now.
Bullshit.
But I think we're going to leave that here because we still need Maya's input on figuring out what the hell's going on. And obviously, some discussions for you guys during the week. You guys can duke this out. But unless anybody wanted to say anything else, or any final words, please get them out. Otherwise, we'll continue this next Friday.
I think knowing that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you-
Okay. Knowing that Euphemy's not here, I think she already kind of has Quinn's vote as well as obviously Theron's vote. I think when Roland comes back, she'll just kind of like lay heavy eyes on him when he comes in, and then eventually just.
So uncomfortable with that.
Where do you find yourself leaning?
Oh, you're not gonna like my answer.
When do I ever?
I don't know, but I have options. And he'll kind of explain what he talked about with the Nexels, and they can help. They can potentially get us as close as possible. Looking to what's her name? Leilani?
Lirel?
Leilani.
Leilani.
Oh, God.
Looks over to Lyrel, provided you're willing to interact with them. They do a lot of blood magic, so if that's something you're opposed to, but they could potentially get us in pretty close, and between your blood to get us to the Hells, or the Abyss, and your blood to get us to your mother. They might be able to get us much closer than anything else I can think of.
Normally, I would frown upon such foul methods, but as Theron has so beautifully said, the time for morals and keeping your hands clean is far from over, or has been over. So, if you need my blood to find my mother, so be it. Ket, mute yourself. You're typing like a fiend.
I already muted him.
But with that being said, I am vastly torn. There's heavy pros and heavy cons that
You
either
need to choose. Which do you choose?
I heard the rumors, but she really is one of his.
What's your choice?
You are wildly infuriating. I really don't feel like going against my dad right now, to be quite honest. I have other reasons for it as well. Selfish, perhaps. But also, it is what I do best. Find a target, kill it. Quite easy. We know what our target is, and that's sufficient for me. So if I had to choose, I would go for Dragoth first. Your choice.
Given that I've only seen you be remotely selfish against or with towards one thing in your life, that he looks to Zolan. I side with you.
Your reason for siding with me is because I'm being selfish.
Maybe not the right words, but he'll take the Nexel coin and just... I'm sure there's a table somewhere between all of us, and he'll just kind of set it down on that. And then sit down in a chair somewhere.
We're gonna have to talk to Euphemia when she gets back. She gonna have the fate of this probably on her hands. Oh boy.
I mean, it's already 3-1. So unless we get the other two on Team Theron,
Yeah.
it's a tie.
I don't know which way Katasu would go, and he's unconscious, so yeah.
Sure.
So if the two of them are on your side.
I mean, stepping back from the characters, it's probably better if they both don't vote for me, because then we're just right back where we started.
Oh god. No, it's
Oh,
fine.
hey,
How are you?
again.
What's up?
We're just
Happy
coming through.
Friday.
folks.
We actually just finished up. We argued for 4.5 hours.
It was fantastic.
I think I figured it out. Roland is just terrified of you. The second he got out of the room, he expressed his own thoughts and opinions.
I know.
He got back and you just went,
Well-
choose.
Well, listen, like Rolam he's already like exhausted his resources in the Dragoth fight. He now has a different resource or a different like option. So now he's vetting what he can use towards that. That's why like every time he leaves the room, it's not like a, oh hey, what do I? Damn it, you beat me to it.
Aha!
Fuck you, Foos. I had it typed. But like, it's like now he has this new resource or this new problem that he can use all his resources towards. So that's why it's like, oh, when he leaves the room, he's totally for that. Like he is very much torn. But like to hear Revia, like for him, it's more of a like she very rarely makes the decision for her own betterment. Not that this is the case, but like even remotely close to that. And for her to do that, it's got to be a very strong and valid argument. So he's like,
The GIF in Discord. It's amazing. Okay, anyway.
Sorry.
Chillin' short, just trying to steal from NPCs in BG3.
That's
Fantastic. Oh my god.
put a bucket over their head.
You can steal like their whole inventory. It's nuts. Oh my goodness. But I hope you're enjoying the game. I'm sure it's awesome because it's amazing. It's an amazing game. But we're gonna go raid. I had somebody on the list that I was gonna go send us to raid.
That was the beards and what was it? Beards
Oh,
and what?
absolutely not, dude.
They've
They were already
long
streaming for like 2 hours when we
I
started.
know.
We're at like 5 hours now. There's no way. Which that all being said, it felt nice to get back into it. So Nenners, thank you for being awesome and dealing with our shit.
Oh, dude, this is super fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. Oh goodness. Okay. So yes, we're gonna go raid Cafios? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how to spell that, but we're gonna go raid them because they've only been streaming for an hour and a half, and it makes me feel like they'll be around for a little bit. So let's go show them some love. We'll be back tomorrow with some difficult terrain, and
By that she means trauma.
no,
The trauma
it's a difficult
train.
terrain. Don't worry about it. It's
Trauma
fine.
train.
Trauma
Don't worry about
terrain.
it.
Trauma train goes choo choo.
But yes, let's go. Right? Thank you for hanging out with us and have a wonderful night. Bye.